From one day to the next, the real-world story of our shift in consciousness continues to unfold. Aloha Shifters, this is Brendan, aka Skull Babylon, aka Wolf Shield, joining you here again in this live broadcast recording of another very exciting, very inspirational Paradigm Shift team building hangout. And of course, I am joined here by some other amazing shifters. So guys, please feel free to unmute yourself right now, and we'll say hello to the amazing people tuned into this from all across the multiverse. So say hello to all the people out there. So hello.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Love. Awesome, guys.
Namaste.
Namaste, Shifty. Namaste, awesome. Thank you guys so much for being tuned into this. We're just going to do a quick introduction to this for those of you who may be entirely brand new. And for those of you who are in the process of watching this hangout, and even for those of you who are literally in this hangout right now, I'm just inviting you guys to share the link for people to be able to tune in as we get rolling with the show. And of course, those of you in the future, please continue to share the show afterwards. So for those of you who may be unfamiliar, Paradigm Shift Central Team Building Hangouts are part of the ParadigmShiftCentral.com project, which is a real-world interactive game to help shift consciousness. We've been playing this game, we've been building this project since about 2009, and it's been ongoing and unfolding. And part of the focus on it is about creating conscious media, documenting our shift in consciousness, building a global team of shifters, people intentionally helping shift consciousness, and also the creation of paradigm shift communities, which are focused on regular meetups of open-minded discussion and meditation to be able to help bring people together, share knowledge, share experience, to be mirrors for each other's growth, and to continue to inspire people to choose to be the change that they wish to see. So again, you can check out more at ParadigmShiftCentral.com, and through there you can also join in through the live chat and sign up to create your profile for free on the main website, and always be involved with future team building hangouts that we have going on. So just as a reminder, before we get into some of the introductions and just a little bit of additional information on what to expect from this broadcast, that this broadcast and these broadcasts in general are really just about practice. It's about being able to practice coming together so that we can practice talking, expressing ourselves, talking about the metaphysics, the spirituality, the quantum, the astral. Any of those things are also things that are going to be common to come up within these broadcasts. In addition to, this is kind of in the brackets, the additional broadcasts that we do through the Paradigm Shift Central project, for those of you unfamiliar, which include the Paradigm Shift Dream Class, the Destiny School, the Global Meditations, and the Paradigm Shift admin meetings as well. And stay tuned for next week. We're doing a broadcast for Destiny School on UFOs, aliens, and entities. And again, you guys can be involved with that as well. So within this broadcast, what you're going to be able to anticipate is an opportunity to be able to get to hear some of the stories of the people who are tuned in right now. We actually have a full room of about 10 people in this broadcast who are part of the team, and you're going to be able to hear a little bit about how they are helping shift consciousness, where they are, what projects they are involved with. And the purpose of this is to continue to help document what we are doing as a collective, and also to continue to inspire each other as a global team. And then through there, I just want to mention that some of the things we're going to be focusing as we go through the introductions are some social media tactics that I want to mention to you guys. In particular, there's a new video that we actually just posted today from one of our featured creators within the community. And we're going to use this as an example of a way to be able to help systematically make a video go viral, or at least to be able to help share it with a wider audience. And this will be, in this case, a video that our friend Jamie Lynn made. And the video is called "You Are a Beacon of Light." And it's literally like this 1-minute video, and it's got some cool visuals of flying through the universe, and I'll play you guys the audio for it a little later on. But in the future, this can literally be anybody's video. So we're going to talk about some strategies and tactics on how we can build a global audience for the community, so that when other people are uploading videos and we're featuring their content, that it helps build the entire audience for all of us, and continues to encourage all of us to create conscious media. That's a really big focus on this project. Again, my own YouTube channel is youtube.com/Skull Babylon. You can check out the videos there. But again, it's about being able to help shift consciousness through community building, through the art that we create, and through personal transformation. So stay tuned for that. We're going to be talking about that. In addition, we're also going to just be running some updates on the Slack channel, which is a separate Slack team chat that we introduced last week, and an extension of the additional ongoing chat to be able to coordinate things, we're going to be introducing a 24/7 voice server through a platform called Discord, which is going to allow us to more consistently be able to casually hang out and be in contact with each other as a team through voice communication. And if you want to be involved with the Slack chat, there is a link on the main website under the main menu to be able to join the team Slack chat, and you just have to be able to sign up and create your profile through the main website free for first. That way, so it's only accessible to members of the team exclusively, but the main website always has the team live chat that anybody can join at any time. So shout out to you guys tune into this, and shout out to people who are watching this through YouTube. And another reminder that I'll just mention now, and then we'll get into the introductions, is that you can also subscribe to Paradigm Shift broadcasts through iTunes by looking up Paradigm Shift Radio. So if you have a broadcast or a podcast app, look up Paradigm Shift Radio on iTunes, and you can subscribe that way. And every broadcast that we do on YouTube and then Global Meditations always go up through there, so that can just be an extra little convenient thing so that you guys can always get the awesome inspirational content that we're creating here as a community. So just in terms of super short introduction for myself, my name is Brendan. As I mentioned, I'm the Paradigm Shift community admin for Paradigm Shift London, Ontario, Canada. Right now, we've been doing regular meetings on Fridays for quite a few years, so we were actually in between the process of finding a new location because the yoga studio that we were in actually closed earlier in the summer. And so right now, we're sort of in the process of adapting and overcoming. We've kind of been having meetings in the park, but there's a new location that I got lined up, and planning on making that work as well. And I also want to do some more events for my community. And in addition to that, just some other things that I'm working on. Next week, I'm going to be making a new YouTube video on the secret reason why the new Doctor Strange movie is going to be the most epic movie, the most shifty movie that has like ever come out ever. So stay tuned for that, because I'm pretty excited to be able to make that, and that will fall right in sync with the conscious movie reviews that I've done a lot in the past. And again, you can find more of those through my YouTube channel as well. So in the meantime, guys, we're going to go around the circle, and we're going to get some more introductions and learn a little bit more. We're going to invite people to share their story, to add their story to the bigger story within this broadcast. And in the meantime, I'm going to be sharing this through some of the social media groups. And I'm just going to post a link right now in the chat for you guys. Here's a list of a bunch of Facebook groups that you guys can join, and I'm going to post that through the live chat on the main website as well. And if you guys want, you can join some of those Facebook groups and join me in helping share both this broadcast and again, related to the social media, some of the future videos and community content that we are going to be doing. So inviting you guys to share this broadcast as we get going, and even those of you in the future sharing it as well. And let's get right into the introduction. So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. And as always, let this broadcast be spiritual medicine for you, in the sense of inspiration and yeah, being very excited about this amazing time to be alive right now. So we're gonna pass the talking stick over to a new player who has recently joined the game, and he already volunteered to go first, and that would be Ryan. So without having to say much more, Ryan, we're going to pass the talking stick over to you. You can tell us who you are, where you're from, and how you're helping shift consciousness, and any projects you got going on, and anything else you want to share. So Ryan, welcome to the team, and go right ahead.
Awesome. I appreciate it, Brendan. Thank you very much for having me. Namaste, brothers and sisters. My name is Ryan Burchett. I am the owner and creator of A Spiritual Hand. That is my company. All of my social media links are the same. Facebook group, we have over 12,000 members, and we're always there doing something very similar to this, just kind of sharing ideas and thoughts and helping each other stay strong and light, full of light in this world. What I specialize in mostly is plant medicine. So I'm doing my best to help the world make this shift towards consciousness with the assistance of plant medicines, ayahuasca, San Pedro, Cambo, and several other things. So I have actually maybe about 7 months ago have opened an establishment in Peru on the Amazon River. And so what we do there is get groups together and spend a lot of quality time with people and find out their troubles in life. Maybe they're looking for direction. We help them heal many different negative energies, PTSD, anxiety, depression, things of that nature. And we use powerful natural plant medicines. We live off the land, so you really get an amazing perspective. And if you're the type of person that knows something in your mind, you are a special person and you're having trouble figuring it out, and we find ourselves lost, this is another great way to open yourself up to the light and see that there is a better way. So without getting into too many crazy details, that is the majority of what I do. And again, the name is A Spiritual Hand. You can find us on Instagram, YouTube. We make several videos of other people's experiences, and you can also find my first personal experience using ayahuasca. I did a little documentary on it, and it's amazing to follow on. I open up myself very vulnerable to everybody in the world, because I think it's very important that we see true people making true changes. And so you can check me out and see what I'm about there. And thank you so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Really appreciate you joining in. Again, we were just talking a little bit before we began the broadcast, and you mentioned your involvement with plant medicine. So that's always something that here within the community discussion is always coming up time and time again. So it's really, really awesome to be able to have someone here who is so intimately already involved with the process and already aware of like the results that it can bring into people's lives and so forth. So thank you for holding that space, dude. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Awesome, man. And yeah, you know, you're mentioning your YouTube channel and stuff like that. That's stuff we can talk a little bit more as we keep going. But I'd love to be able to, because I haven't yet, I'd love to be able to check out your videos, and you know, we can brainstorm some ways to be able to help reshare those through the Facebook platforms and anything that you're okay with, to be able to help get that information out, and to also be able to link people back into what it is that you're doing. So
that would be excellent, man. I appreciate that.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. So as much as there is infinitely more to talk about in terms of ayahuasca and plant medicine, we'll keep moving along for now. Stay tuned. There will be more. And let's keep moving through the introduction, guys. And again, with this introduction, we're going to aim to keep these introductions fairly short and sweet. And then we're going to, because again, there's just kind of other things that we're going to get into. And yeah, we'll just keep rolling along. So with that said, whoever wants to introduce themselves next, you guys let me know, because we haven't figured that out yet. So does Sam want to go next? Sam, you want to mute your microphone? Take that as a hint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm probably gonna have to go soon.
Okay, cool. And yeah, quick introduction, as Sam will explain. This is Sam from Haven for Humanity, and it's an awesome project that they got going on. So Sam, you can give us a quick introduction again, and what's new and exciting with Haven for Humanity.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for having me here again. I love being here. Haven for Humanity is an intentional community building nonprofit. So, and our first project is here in upstate New York in the Catskills, and we're building an educational campground and community wellness center, as well as a 40-acre edible forest that's going to be completely community run. We're going to have volunteers coming to help build, to learn, to take classes, to host classes. We're going to have space for yoga, for concerts, for art shows. We have a large learning kitchen for classes on, you know, eating healthy and vegan eating and things like that. A large library that's going to be filled with open-minded books and topics that aren't normally discussed. And we have a large workshop where we're going to be creating our own clothing, our own furniture, as much of our own stuff here as possible. We're trying to transition people from city life basically back to a way of being in harmony with nature, a way of living off the land. We're completely off the grid and self-sustainable, and right now we're running off of a gasoline generator, but we're working towards running off of our own biogas that will be growing in our greenhouse via an algae process with anaerobic digestion, and that's also going to be growing food and fish, mushrooms, and all sorts of things like that. So we have, food, water, and natural gas and electricity all being produced here on site, and we're going to be teaching people how we do it and why. So what's going on lately? We just partnered with a local cafe in town. It's like a health food store / cafe market to bring people a discount produce buying club for the local community, and that's really going to bring a lot of people into our community and into our onto our website, and bring a lot of locals onto our website and looking at our website and what we have to offer. So we're really working on updating our website now and getting things more functional, working on adding some virtual maps for people to find local resources in the area and connect with other locals. Also working on, or just finished working on, a forum that's also available for the locals to chat and to buy and sell from each other and to offer services to each other. And also our new discount produce buying club is called Raw Mart, and that's on there as well. That's where people will be placing orders and things like that is through there. So it's an invite-only community discount produce buying club. So it's it's going to spread really quickly as people in the area are looking for healthy, locally grown food. And a lot of the people that are looking for healthy food are shifters. They're already aware that something's wrong with the food that most people are consuming, and that's being pushed on us. So that's already like a big step in awakening and seeing seeing the other side of things. So yeah, the everything's going really, really well, and we have a volunteer staying with us now full time, and we're finishing construction and getting ready for winter. So everything's going to be full time, working on the website and things like that, and getting everything set up virtually for the community to be able to communicate through our website. And that's what we're doing.
Awesome, man. Dude, that's pretty amazing. Again, just where you guys are going with that. So huge props to Haven for Humanity. And again, if anybody's interested in that, they can definitely check it out at havenforhumanity.org. And yeah, Sam, you said you probably have to head out in a few minutes, eh?
Yeah, maybe like 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes? Okay. I'm just trying to think if there's like any particular question that I might just want to ask you right now. Yeah, particular question. Have you guys had much interaction with like people like of younger demographic? Like have there been like people like what's it like in terms of the community interaction that you have that with the young children? Are the young children involved with what you see got going on and everything like that? Sorry, I didn't ask that very well, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say they're not involved altogether, but they're very not many kids are really involved in the project right now. There's some parents that are really supportive of us and are really working really excited to help us and are working with us, and they bring their kids up, but there's not really much for the kids to do right now. So we're working on actually building a primal playground where we'll be able to build in like what we're calling organic playground equipment. It's going to be like playground equipment built into the trees, and it's going to be attached to ways of getting harvesting fruit and exercising and being on a playground and a jungle gym all at the same time. And as well as the buildings that we have, the community center here is painted bright white so that we can have the kids come and paint murals on it and things like that. And we're going to have natural painting classes where we make paints using flowers and berries and things like that, and just go wild. But yeah, we're planning these things. We're we're really planning on having a lot of kids up here and having like field trips up and stuff like that. But we haven't had much exposure besides the few parents that we've had that have brought their kids up. And the kids have a great time, picking berries. We have about 2 acres of blackberries, so we had a family of about 6 kids, just for a couple days, just go blackberry picking, and they had a great time. So we're definitely interacting with some kids, but there's not much to do yet.
Well, that's good, man. That's good. I mean, I think that in itself is always like a good thing to keep focus on, is just like how to keep the kids involved, especially when it's like a project that you're focusing on long term. And I mean, within the Paradigm Shift Central project, it has always been something that has always been promoted as like family friendly. And there have been multiple times throughout the Paradigm Shift broadcast and everything like that, where some of the people will like have their kids like with them, well tuned into the broadcast and everything. And shout out to Stacy and Diego. It was actually Diego's birthday yesterday, and if anybody remembers them, then they'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, like it's actually been kind of cool within the evolution of this project. We've actually been able to like see some of the young shifters who have tuned into these broadcasts and have like begun like getting older, and they're like setting examples in their own way. And shout out again, another example, because I'm sure she's listening, hopefully at the moment. Shout out to Ashley and to Ashley's daughter, as an example. Ashley's daughter like brings her free hug sign to school and gives free hugs on recess. Like, how cool is that, right? And she's like probably like only in like grade 4 or 5 or something like that. So being able to invite the kids to get involved with the call it the shiftiness, call it the community engagement, is always something that I think we want to be able to have either on the back of our minds or the forefront of our minds. Because again, we're this is about sort of the seven generations behind, 7 generations ahead. And a big part of this Paradigm Shift Central project, from my own intentions, is really like doing this so that we're slowly yet effectively transforming culture with the vision of it being something that the next generation will be able to like step into, sort of thing. So I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. So Sam, we'll pass it over to you if there's any other things you want to say, or just any other inspirational message that you want to put out there to people who are shifting paradigms in their own way. Go ahead, Sam.
Just keep it going. There's just don't give up. Keep trying, keep pushing. There's always, there's just more good just keeps coming. We just got to keep the ball rolling. We're all doing good, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what everybody else has to say.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Definitely. And I think that, again, is an exciting thing with this project, is like people listening to this, like, let these stories, let this documentation through us sharing be like collective momentum that helps all of us continue to do things. Because, like there might be times separate from this broadcast when we're kind of doing things in the back of your mind, like know that you're connected to this global team, and know that like your actions are like a part of a bigger story in that sense. So having that global story, that global team connection, is a very, very dynamic and very empowering part of the story. So Sam, thanks again, man. And let us know if you're stepping out in a couple minutes. And again, much love, and thank you for holding that space, brother.
Yeah, man, I will be stepping out. So thank you all. Okay. Appreciate it.
Awesome, man. Thanks. And again, for anybody who either wants to connect with Sam, Ryan, or anybody else in this broadcast, stay tuned, because we post the show note links into the YouTube comments and onto the main Facebook, or onto the main Paradigm Shift Central website for this broadcast as well. So you can always connect with people through that way. And yeah, if people happen to be in your area, then that's another opportunity to be able to connect with them as well. So let's keep bouncing around here. And we do have a full classroom, a full room, as we said. ahead and just to go over a couple of the people who we do have here. Again, so that was Sam and that was Ryan, who we heard earlier, and then we also have Andrew and we have Ashley, Buffy, and Kyle, and Nikki, and Roman, and Stephanie, and myself, Brendan. So whoever would like to do their introduction update next, please feel free to unmute yourself now, and we'll let that go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so Andrew, we'll pass the talking stick over to you, and just as a bit of a lead-in, I'm excited for Andrew to be able to be involved here. Andrew posted up a video of him doing one of his first free hugs sessions while in Salt Lake City, and yeah, Andrew, I'm looking forward to being able to hear from you in general. So we'll pass the stick over to you, and you can tell us who you are, where you're from, and how you're helping shift consciousness where you are. And I will mention Andrew's also helping start Shift Community, Paradigm Shift, Bountiful, I think, but he can give you the details as well. So Andrew, thank you again for being here, and we'll pass this talking stick over to you. So go ahead, brother.
Hey guys, I'm Andrew Lund. I'm from Bountiful, Utah. I'm a Holy Fire Reiki master. I teach Reiki. I have a couple of groups on Facebook. I have Be the Change. I also have a group called Paradigm Shift Bountiful. And did my first free hug scene today. Got about like 5 or 6 hugs. Got a I love you sign from some lady. It's pretty cool. And I'm looking forward to doing it again. That's it.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, definitely. It's any other thing that you want to jump in on as we get going is super cool. If you don't mind me asking though, because this is kind of like something we were talking about earlier, and I think like asking this is actually good for other people to be able to hear. Going into the free hugs, I'm curious as to like how you felt going into it, because I know with anybody doing free hugs, there's like a little bit of nervousness going into it. And when I was kind of talking to you ahead of time, and I was like, yeah, sometimes it's like jumping out of an airplane kind of thing. And then you like left a comment and you're like, well, I've jumped off a skyscraper, so I think I can do this. But I'm just kind of curious in terms of like how you felt prior to going into the free hugs and how you felt after doing the free hugs, and maybe any intention that you have moving forward in terms of doing some more free hugs, because I know you have a shifter booster kit that should be arriving any day now. So
yeah, it's like I was a little nervous, but like once I got in place, like everything's like lined up, and like held my ground, and yeah, everybody come to me, and I had a few word looks, but yeah, nothing fazed me. With jumping off a skyscraper thing, there's a building in Las Vegas called the Stratosphere. I think it's called a sky jump. It's like 877 feet in the sky, and I have a descender cable attached to you. So you just jump off there. Yeah.
Well, it's pretty awesome, man. I've yet to jump off a building, but yeah, that's make me shift my pants. I did that. Andrew, again, huge bonus points for you for going out there and again helping lead by example and doing free hugs for the first time. That's always a very, very awesome thing to be able to do. And yeah, free hugs is one of those things where like the more you do it, the more comfortable you get doing it. And just as like a little bit of simple tactics that Andrew was using, and it's something that we recommend. And again, you know, for people tuning into this broadcast, it's a big part of the Paradigm Shift Central project is encouraging people to do things like free hugs as simple ways to be able to help spread the message of compassion and also to be able to build community. In particular, especially, and we can talk about this later, when you're doing free hugs and you have the Paradigm Shift Central shift buttons to be able to give to people while doing free hugs, which have the main link for the website, which invites them to get synced up with this project. So it's like giving them a gift to tune in to everything online. It's a portal. But what the simple tactic is really to pick a spot and to stand in one spot and let people come to you. And this is kind of with the knowledge synced in of like how synchronicity works, in the idea that you become a portal. and then people will come to you. The universe kind of works in this non-temporal sense, and the idea that if you stand there doing free hugs, the universe already knew that you were going to be there. Therefore, it kind of like pre-calculates people arriving and crossing your path at the right place at the right time, as hyperdelic as that is. And then in that sense, it's always this idea that when you go out and do free hugs with the right intention, you are showing up to like meet the people who you are already connected with. And again, that one hug could be like super, super important to someone. You never know how much that one hug, how far that one hug can go. And again, bonus points for getting a little video of it, and yeah, for planting those seeds. And I saw in the video there was like a guy like riding a longboard who like gave you a hug too. So yeah, that was pretty awesome. But yeah, Andrew, is there anything, just maybe as a quick question for people who might be thinking about doing free hugs, do you have anything that you maybe want to say to them to help motivate them as well?
Just get out there and do it. It's like, that's the only way. Just take that jump. That's all you got to do.
Just take the jump. That's right. Jump through the portals. So
That's right.
cool. Awesome. Well, Andrew, thanks again for being tuned in. And again, if people are in the Bountiful, Utah area, check out Paradigm Shift Central Bountiful. You can run a Facebook search through that on the Facebook, and you'll be able to find it there. And again, if you want to connect through Andrew, stay tuned, and we'll post his link into the show notes as well. So Andrew, thank you again, brother. And
Thank you.
much love. Awesome. So let's keep bouncing around with some more introductions here. So again, I'll let you guys decide who would like to give an introduction and update next. And Ashley, will pass the talking stick over to you. So go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ashley. I'm from New Jersey, and I'm an empath, and I am moving towards one step. I'm in college currently, so I'm moving towards becoming what I call a holistic health documentarist. And I want to be able to interview, medical practitioners as well as alternative medicine and, more natural medicine, and be able to explore how natural medicine can help heal us. And yeah. So I'm currently making a YouTube channel. Soon I'm going to be starting it up. I'm getting a new video camera very soon. So I will be starting a YouTube channel, and it's called Living in the Roots. And I want to be able to talk about food and natural food and a lot of raw foods and the benefits, and as well as different types of superfoods. And be able to talk about their benefit and what they could really do for our health overall. Yep.
That's awesome, Ashley. Thank you again for the update. And I'm curious to ask how you're still interested in singing and making songs as well. Is that still something?
Yeah. When I'm older, I want to be able to travel and do documentary work, and but also I want to be able to still have that side outlet for writing, performing, and acting, and everything else, being able to share my music and my poetry with the world. Yeah.
And we featured a song that you released a few months ago, and again, just to sort of highlight it, part of that song, and I'm assuming with future songs, was like kind of a song that you like made like for starseeds, like for shifters.
Yeah, I definitely intended it to be for like starseeds, crystal children, indigo children, and other people who kind of don't always, fit the traditional mold that, it's being able to kind of be free and free your soul and, really do what you love and really put your power into that, and really, not just always, just being able to dive down into the depth and deep inside yourself to really help guide you throughout life. So.
Well, that's awesome, Ashley. And like music in general is something that I definitely invite and encourage a lot of people to get involved with, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunity and potential there within the Paradigm Shift Central project for us to be able to collaborate on music. So, I mean, Ashley, stay tuned, because I can see some projects in which, you know, like yourself and other people might be able to like collaborate, and whether it be through lyrics and vocals, and then we get other people like adding some backtrack and making some really, really, really cool content. So
Absolutely.
yeah. Cool. Awesome. Well, Ashley, is there anything else that you want to mention at the moment? Otherwise, I think that gave us pretty good crystal clear vision of what you've been up to. So
No, not really. Yeah, I also want to be able to, you know, I love connecting with the people on varieties, different levels. So I want to be able to definitely, because I'm very interested in languages, and I would like to become a polyglot eventually, one who knows many languages, to be able to, you know, connect with people on a whole nother, you know, level. So I think that would be great also.
cool. And yeah, like that will come in super handy when the aliens show up and we have to like communicate through like telepathy and emotions and all that good stuff too. So you'll be right up there as like one of our like language ambassadors, hopefully, maybe. Is that cool with you, Ashley?
Absolutely.
Talking aliens? Yeah. Awesome. Perfect. Okay, cool. All right. Well, Ashley, thanks again for joining in. And it had been a while since we had heard from Ashley yet, because she had been so busy with school. But that's part of the exciting thing with this project, is that the doors are always open. And we get that. Part of the story is that people kind of weave their way in and out of it, even though they're always like, whether they're in the broadcast or not, they're always still kind of like involved with the intention of this project, which again is to the bigger story of helping shift consciousness in that sense. So bonus points to Ashley. And speaking of Ashley's, I just want to give another shout out to Ashley Munoz. Sorry, I might not pronounce her last name right, but she's been in the broadcast before, and she was one who I was talking about, whose daughter was doing free hugs. And I just want to give like a bonus shout out again to her and her daughter, and just a really just like a shout out specifically to her daughter. I think what you were doing is awesome, and I can only imagine the difference that you are making for your fellow classmates, and I think you're setting an awesome example. And yeah, you are a shining soul, and you're going to be an amazing person in the future. So
Yay,
thank you
Ashley and her daughter.
Ashley and Ashley's daughter. So like literally, I think they're like washing dishes right now. So if I did that correctly, they should have heard that. And yeah, they're probably like smiling and stuff now. So thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in. You guys are awesome. And Ashley, your shifter booster kit should be arriving very, very soon. I know I mentioned that to you before. There's like, this is like a side story, but like I mailed Ashley her shifter booster kit, and in some glitch, I don't know what happened, but it showed up and like everything had fallen out of it, and all she got were the free hug signs. But those free hug signs were the free hug signs that her daughter took to school to do the free hugs at recess. So I was just like, yeah, utilize whatever you got. And so then I like repackaged it and sent her a new one as well. So yeah, so stay tuned, because you and your daughter are going to be able to, your daughter will be able to bring some buttons, some shift buttons to school too. So that'll be the next broadcast. I'm sure we'll get some updates on that. So cool. Okay, guys, let's keep bouncing around. And again, shout out to everyone tuned into this. Shout out to all the families who are raising children at this time and age, who are going to be the future paradigm shifters, the present paradigm shifters. I'm really excited to be able to be involved with this bigger story with you guys. So it's a super exciting time. All right, guys, let's keep bouncing around, and we'll go through some more introductions. So again, so far we had Sam, who has jumped out. We had Ryan as well, and we had Andrew, and we had Ashley. So we got a few more people to introduce, and whoever would like to introduce themselves and give an update next, please feel free to unmute yourself. And I think Nikki is first on that. So Nikki, will pass it over to you. And Nikki is in the UK, and last we heard on the previous broadcast, she was in the process of beginning the initial stages of setting up a paradigm shift community where she is in the UK, and just some additional shifty transformation on her own end. So Nikki, welcome back again. Thanks for joining, and please feel free to introduce yourself and a little bit in terms of updates and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. This is Nikki from UK. I've been on the show previously, as Brendan mentioned, a few times. Yeah, in terms of updates about the paradigm shift, I'm creating a shift community here in Southampton. which is on the south coast of UK. So anyone listening in, if you're down in Southampton, do get in touch with me, or anywhere close to Southampton, do get in touch with me through Facebook. And yeah, other than that, I'm still like coming out of my spiritual closet, I think, you know, slowly. I'm taking baby steps. Yeah, but like I'm talking more and more to more people, and even to my family, which I find quite a bit like, you know, tricky, because like, I don't know, although we're from India, where like my family is like on the other end of the spectrum, they're like, you know, all very academic, all scientific kind, but like I'm opening up, and the more I talk, like it's crazy. Like even before, like even in my friend circle, when I used to talk about the shifty stuff, like they would be like, you know, completely confused, and like they would not like really go into it. But like after a week or maybe a month, people come back to me and they're like, that thing that you said, that thing you mentioned, what were you saying? I really thought about it. Yeah, I think I want to dig deeper into it. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm slowly coming out of my closet. And I'm also like, you know, the more I meditate, the more that I remember. I mean, I remembered quite a while back. Basically everything from when I was a child, like, you know, even at the age of 1 or 2, through meditations. Like when I woke up back in 2009, it just started coming back. Like, you know, I started getting flashbacks of doing a lot of shifty stuff, like even telepathy and other things. Like, you know, I used to meditate. Like sometimes I would just like take breaks. Like we were very social in India, and I love socializing, but every now and then I would take a break, and I would just like, you know, go on the rooftop, like sit in the like really, really hot sun. Like it would be 50 degrees Celsius, like almost, yeah, really hot. But then I would take a break and I would just go meditate in the burning sun, just as a practice. Like even when I was like 5 years old, and I would like, I didn't know what it was called, but that's something that I did, like, you know, to center myself, like feel the heat and stuff like that. And people would ask me, why do you do that? Like, why do you do these kinds of things? And I was like, yeah, I wanna just like, you know, center myself. And yeah, so that was that. But I think like then after that, there was like a lot of I don't know, like people wouldn't understand, and I just shut off from all of this stuff for many, many years in my teens, and now I'm coming back after waking up. Yeah, but I also think like it's from past lives, like, you know, people like us, empaths, and people with extrasensory powers, we have this fear. So why I'm talking about this is because I'm going through the journey. I'm stepping out of the spiritual closet. So anyone who's going through this similar journey, I mean, yeah. So yeah, that's what's going on. I'm working on the community here.
That's awesome to hear again, Nikki. And I like what you mentioned there, the idea, and we've mentioned this before in other broadcasts, but how like you had talked to some of your group of friends like months ago, planted those seeds, and then way down the road, they're just like, hey, about that astral projection, metaphysical idea that you were talking about, you know, like, so, I mean, a big part of this project is, again, you know, it's being the bridge between higher conscious ideas. And when we talk about that, that's not necessarily to say that like we ourselves have to know all the answers. Rather, it's just encouraging people to like continue to look into these themselves, or to continue to be able to have a space where they can talk about these things. And some of these things, again, you know, we've talked about in other broadcasts, would be things even like dreaming, dream exploration, lucid dreaming, which again is a super awesome topic to be able to jump into a lot of other metaphysical paradigm shifty stuff, because everybody dreams, therefore in some way everybody is interested in dreams. So again, like that's part of what we talk about in this project. It's like, how can we help be that bridge to help bring it more into mainstream culture? And it really comes down in a lot of cases to those one-to-one conversations. So yeah, Nikki, it's good to hear in the long run of things, like how the ripple effects from that have like continued to play forward. And yeah, so bonus points and gold star to you, Nikki. Thank you. So.
Thank you.
Awesome. Just out of curiosity, do you have any foresight on when you might be able to arrange your first paradigm shift meetup for Southampton?
Yeah, well, I spoke to them, and it should be like, I don't know the date, but like maybe 3 weeks. I'm trying to move it a bit like sooner. I'm working on the Facebook page as of now. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. That's perfect. And yeah, again, if there's anything there, just feel free to message me and I can help give you some like back end instructions on bringing some stuff together. And that's other social media stuff that we can talk about as well. But yeah, cool, sweet. And I'm trying to think if I've asked you this before, but do you have any, like, do you feel the call to go out and do like free hugs at some point? Is that something you're kind of working towards?
Yes. I do feel, yeah, I'm definitely going to do this, but like maybe a friend of mine from Sweden is going to come down. You know, Alexa, she's also from the Shift community.
Yes.
Alexa is planning to come, so we're planning it together. So like I have a plan in my mind. So me and Alexa are going to do it together. So yeah, maybe you can come down. You should come down to
maybe, yeah. I got my dual passport to the UK, so
when you do the love tour, come down to India. I mean, I could. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe you can like come down to India, and I'll go to India. We all can be in India.
There we go. We'll have a little paradigm shift festival in India.
You're gonna love India, really.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like with the free hugs doing in India, it'll be like epic. People are so open over there.
I'm sure at this point there's got to be like free hugs on every continent by now, you would think. So
but I did see one video and I thought they must have like taken, I saw one video of Indian guys doing free hugs.
Yeah. No, it's definitely like the free hugs thing, like is definitely like you know, call it a phenomenon, but it is much more present in the like collective consciousness than it was like even just a year ago. So it's yeah, it's one of those things where, again, kind of like what you were saying, you know, if you feel comfortable going out and doing it by yourself, totally. But if it's something where you kind of want to do it with another person, like absolutely, because I think having that second person just like gives you like more to like joke about and it just like makes it a little bit more you know, extra exciting in some ways, and even just comfortable if someone's kind of like in that space where they're just like not sure that first time. So for people thinking about doing free hugs and maybe are kind of on the fence, then, you know, try planting the seed and mention it to a couple of friends and be like, hey, do you want to like go down on a, you know, at like noon on a Saturday to the farmer's market and do free hugs there? Like that's like a pretty, you know, general place and everything like that. Like there's a variety of ways to do free hugs, and you know, like there's kind of there's different methods where, you know, some situations are like a little bit like you almost need that extra experience to be able to like jump right into them. Like for example, like if I'm like doing like free hugs on like a bar night downtown, that's a little bit of a different vibe than doing it at a farmer's market at noon in the afternoon sort of thing. So that's a good thing about free hugs, though, is that you can really pick and choose where you want to be able to do it. And I'll just say this, Ashley, and then we'll keep bouncing around. If it works out, just as a reminder for you and for anybody else, see if you can like sync up doing free hugs before your first paradigm shift meeting. That way, so you do free hugs, and then potentially people who you hug, you can invite them to the upcoming paradigm shift meeting, and you have like a little pamphlet that has your Facebook page on it, and it keeps them connected that way. Because like that again is like a bonus to doing free hugs, is when you can use free hugs as a way to like connect people instead of it being like a awesome hug and then you may never see someone again. If you can, because again, like this is like just stating the obvious, but if someone's like open enough to give a stranger a hug, then they're very likely open to the idea of an open-minded discussion group And again, like the open-minded discussion group is supposed to be very broad that way, so it doesn't segregate. Yet within the open-minded discussion, like it can really be whatever it needs to be in terms of metaphysics, spirituality, anything really. So, but yeah, Nikki, does that sound like it could be a thing to be able to use the free hugs as a platform to invite people?
Yes, that's a really great idea.
Cool.
I'm glad you pointed it out.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, but you should totally come down to UK and do the free hugs here.
Totally plan to.
This place can really use some shifty energy of yours.
I look forward. I can see that future already of like being in the UK, because again, like I'm like half British, so like I have my like I can get my dual citizenship, so like be like going back to my roots and stuff. I want to like go to like Ireland and like go play in like the woods with all the fairies.
Oh,
and
Ireland
stuff,
is beautiful. The energy. Oh, that place. I mean, it's completely different. I've traveled quite a bit. But like, of course, I'm from India. But despite that, India is like it's a freaking powerhouse of spiritual energy. I mean, it's most sacred to me. But next to India, it's Ireland. I was in Dublin for 6 months. Oh my God, it's beautiful. The energy, like a lot of course, it's like it's very different, the energy over there, but it's very spiritual. Just after India, it's Ireland for me, most sacred.
Cool.
Energy wise.
Awesome. Well, we'll bring the shift wherever we can. And that's the beauty of it. So the light will always find its way through the cracks. So cool. Awesome. Okay, Nikki, is there anything else you want to mention at the moment? I know you're probably going to be going to sleep at some point.
Yeah.
Is there?
No, it's okay.
You're good?
I've said enough. Yeah,
okay, cool. Awesome. If you have any other additional inspiration for the people listening or whatever, just feel free to jump in. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Nikki. All right. Thank you again, everyone tuned into this. We're going to keep bouncing around here, and yeah, we're almost through like the basics of introductions, and then we'll get into some of the main things I wanted to talk about related to like the social media tactics featuring Jamie's video, and then any other brainstorming thing that we want to get into, and any ideas that you guys might want to bring into the circle for discussion. So let's keep bouncing around here. So we still have Buffy, Roman, and Kyle, and one of you guys can unmute yourself and choose to introduce yourself next. And is it going to be Kyle or is it going to be Buffy? It's going to be Buffy. All right. Is that okay? Can Buffy go first, Kyle, or does Kyle need to go first? No, I think that is okay, Buffy. All right. I'm glad we got this psychic thing figured out. Okay, Buffy, we'll pass the talking stick over to you. And just as a quick introduction, Buffy was joining us most recently in the Dream class, and now she is back again. So Buffy, please feel free to say hello, who you are, where you're from, and a little bit of what you're doing in terms of either shifting consciousness or how the shift looks from your perspective, or anything, any projects that you might be working on or want to work on, and anything in general that you might want to share. So Buffy, we'll pass the talking stick over to you.
Thank you. It's nice to be here tonight. I'm grateful for everybody sharing. And my name is Buffy. I'm down in Inverness, Florida, and I'm just a fellow shifter, like going on a personal journey of healing from the loss of my mom and just some medical issues. And I'm trying to break away from the Western medicine, being treated. And I'm weaning off of a morphine machine that's implanted inside of like my body and delivering morphine at a slow, continuous rate. And I'm weaning off that machine after having a problem following a liver surgery. Like, I guess the technical term is intercostal neuralgia in my right rib cage. And I'm trying to heal holistically and make the transition. And I'm a caregiver to my son who has high functioning autism. And my goal is to make it to the retreat in Peru with Ryan. I was going through a pretty rough place recently, and I don't know how it happened, but through Facebook, I've been stepping out of my comfort zone lately and just kind of coming out of the cocoon, like Nikki said, and just sharing my story and talking more, trying to link up with my tribe, because I've been feeling sort of called to my ancestors for the last few years, and I've been having accidental like spiritual things happen, and learning more about it and getting kind of comfortable with opening up to that side. And I was going through a pretty dark time recently, and Ryan and I connected through some other Facebook group that I guess, and I came upon the retreat, and I went and looked, and I had about 3 years ago looked into doing ayahuasca and researching quite a bit about it, and I have researched many retreats over there, but this was like different. It was weird. I just felt like I'm being called there specifically. Like it's real strong, and him and I have a lot of synchronicities. Like I just feel like the universe is kind of guiding me on this trip, as well as my mom, who I'm taking her ashes with me over there, and we're going to spread her ashes in some pretty sacred areas, which is super meaningful to me. Like I can't even begin. I can't like get into that, or I'm just gonna break down. But I'm just trying to be vulnerable and kind of share my journey and be open and vulnerable, and hopes that I can help anyone else that's going through some, similar problems. And I guess this is what we're supposed to do: be transparent, humble, vulnerable, open, and I'm just sharing my journey. And Ryan really pulled me out of, like, he reached out to me at like such a bad time, like I don't know. And he knew exactly what I was feeling because he had been there too. And then like getting the feeling I did from the retreat, it was just and he's been a consistent support, like, for me. I don't know. He's available. Like he's not somebody that's like too busy to, like you, Brenton, and like you reach out too. Like you have all these like 1,000,001 things going on to further the community and help and give back. And like every time I have a question about something, it could be stupid, you like totally answer, and that means a lot to me. So I just appreciate, the journey, I guess. I've been sensitive my whole life too. Like I was born real sick and I died, and been through multiple, experiences, like traumatic stuff. I'm dealing with chronic PTSD too, and it's pretty bad. But I just recently, so I feel really strong and like.
Sorry, one sec, Buffy. Manny, can you just make sure your microphone's muted? Thanks, buddy. Go ahead, Buffy.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah. Okay, keep going.
Right. Go ahead, Buffy.
I feel like I'm doing what Nikki was describing. Like I'm coming out of this cocoon. I feel like I'm like the whole phoenix, rising, and like just really in tune with like my ancestors. And like I've naturally sort of been learning a lot about tinctures and natural herbs, plant medicines, just everything holistic, everything natural, nutrition, food, just trying to share it with my friends, my family, like everyone I come in contact with, like, and try to link up with people just in my everyday life, just help myself, I don't know, just trying to connect on a deeper level, like get the talk going, share my, just share, be vulnerable. Seems to happen kind of naturally the more I step out. So, but I'm looking forward to doing this ayahuasca plant medicine. I'm just trying to like finish up with I've cut my dose of morphine down like from 15 milligrams continuous flow down to 6 currently, and I'm just like trying to battle through it like naturally. So, and looking forward to what's gonna happen with the plant medicine. I'm excited. I'm hoping to share that openly with everybody too. It's just tough because of the electronics, trying to learn how to, record and do all this. That like I'm just, it's overwhelming. So
Thank you, Buffy. I just want to like really say I really appreciate you being here, and what you just said I think is really important, about like you trying to be vulnerable. And I know you said that a few times, and I know you even kind of said this too, but it was kind of something that I think we talked about a little bit just through messenger chat, as well. But the idea, just really reiterating, each of us has a very important journey, and sometimes it's like hard for us to like realize how important it is. A big part of what can make a person's journey powerful is what it can mean to someone else. And in this case, like Buffy, like I just really want to say that like I really like honor your bravery, and I really honor your courage, and even your courage to like say that, to say like I am trying to be vulnerable, because like you're right, like that's like such a thing where like we do that, we close ourselves off. It takes courage to open ourselves up. It takes courage to kind of jump off a building or do free hugs, or to share our story about, like our trials, our turmoils, and also like our dreams, our hopes, and our inspirations in a lot of ways. Sometimes people like they have trouble doing that, right? That takes a courage in itself. And Buffy, I'm really excited for your journey. And I'm excited to be able to like, again, be able to help support you and encourage you in sharing that story, because I again, like I think your story is gonna, yeah, as it already has, like mean someone to other people listening, and I always say this in the broadcast, there's always going to be that like 15 or 16-year-old kid, and not even just a kid, like literally it could be anyone who like hears someone's story about someone who has gone through, like life, we could just call it that, but like gone through the ups and the downs, and yet they still have an outlook of optimism and of gratitude and of compassion. Like that is something, whereas like society will tell us that like all of these things may happen to you and that they should make you bitter and remorseful and like, cold. Yet to go through all this and to like have it like awaken you, I think is a very, 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 very empowering message for all of us. So, I mean, Buffy, I just really want to say I really love you and your journey, and thank you for sharing your journey with us. So,
well, thank you, and I love you all. Like everybody that has, done the exact same thing and like shared so openly, some of your hardships, like times, when you were like Ryan's journey, his personal journey is beautiful as well, and seeing his vulnerability, seeing your vulnerability, opening up and sharing, around the time that, uh, you were mourning and Shelby was passing, it was like I was mourning. I've been mourning the loss of my mom, who, after battling 7 years with stage 4 breast cancer and having to be on chemo like constantly, in the very end, I expected her to have sorry,
it's
an
okay.
honor.
Take as much time as you need, or if you need a break, just let me know.
I expected her to have an honorable death, one that wouldn't be so painful. And in the end, there were some shitty humans, some real shitty human beings that decided to take advantage of us and steal her medication. And it was, my hands were tied. There was not much I could do. I tried to get her out into a different place, and it was out of my hands. I had to literally hold her, while she was suffering really, really bad. So, and that was dragged out so they could continue to steal her medicine and get as much as they could out of her. So, seeing your vulnerability with Shelby and the pain, I felt it. And it just helped me to take this step and share as well. And Kyle has also been, pretty vulnerable lately, and you know, I've been pulling back and like I pull back from Facebook because I'm trying to take that step of just even being involved really with Facebook, and I take time away because I just need to like recharge, like I'm taking these steps, but they're getting, I'm taking that leap, I guess, like I think it was Andrew. I've not jumped off a building, but I feel like I freaking have, I do, like on an emotional level, like maybe in a different dimension, like I feel like I'm totally just jumping off the cliff and just letting the universe kind of, catch me and trying to find my tribe. So I'm just really grateful for you all sharing. It means so much to me, and it's helping me, which I know is going to help someone else. So I guess this is how it works, right?
It does. Wow. Yeah, that's Buffy again. Thank you for sharing like everything that, yeah, just in that moment. And again, like, and that's like, I mean, you said it, like that, just like the gratitude for finding tribe. I just really want to echo that. Again, guys, like really, like our objective with this project is to do that, is to help other people find their tribe by creating that tribe, if need be, in the first place, by creating like a paradigm shift community, by linking people into this. Because I mean, having that heart-to-heart connection, even through the magic of the internet, is like such a powerful thing. And yeah, like it's we could step back as far as we want on this and to like look at, the bigger picture of like why our soul like brought us into these experiences, and that in itself is like something that I think each of us should be really like meditating on from time and time again, and not even just like from a negative perspective, like kind of what we were talking about earlier, like, is this happening to me or is this happening for me? So again, like when Buffy was talking about with Shelby's passing, and just for context for people who aren't familiar, Shelby was my German Shepherd dog, and we put him down on my birthday very synchronistically, and it was something that I documented and I shared with people online, and I was very transparent about it to help like dispel some of the taboo related to death, and to also be like a celebration of life. And one of the key messages that I got out of that experience, and again, just going back to what Buffy was saying, is that through not only just through death, but through like any sort of turmoil and everything like that, those challenges give us strength. Like that is like the gift that comes out of that. And again, like it's kind of just like wow, like it hurts. It does hurt, no doubt about it. It will hurt. That's part of the experience. And the only reason it hurts so much is because we're so gosh darn human. And if we weren't, we wouldn't be able to feel that hurt. But that also means that on the other end of the spectrum, we can also feel like very ecstatic, like, like bliss and love and connection and gratitude. And again, like going through those hard things give us the strength. And again, that strength is actually something that can be shared with more people down the road in like subtle ways, just by kind of openly sharing our experiences, sharing our stories, and living our truths. Buffy, thank you again for sharing. I just really want to, for you and anybody, like, please feel free to like message either myself or anybody else on the team anytime. And a huge shout out to you guys on the team. Shout out to Kyle in particular. Again, just shout out to everybody for holding space for one another. Buffy, go ahead. I'll pass it back to you.
I was just saying thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate this platform, like I said before, and all your, your journeys and your stories and your purpose means so much to me. And I know so many other people. And, I'll do everything I can to continue to help support the program, the project, and anyone who's out there doing this, to help.
For sure.
Well, thank you.
Much love. Awesome. And I will just say we'll sort of get ready to pass so talking stick around to more people. But because we were talking about this on the chat earlier, Buffy, about you wanting to be able to create some content for the Quest journals online, and either that just be through sharing your story through written documentation. But again, one of the ideas that I mentioned to you, and this is really just for anybody, is to like even be able to like use that emotion or that experience to even like write something like poetry, and to be able to like create, again, you those experiences, they stay inside you. And then like at the same time, like they also become like elements that we can turn into art. Again, it's almost like a form of alchemy, and it's also a form of catharsis as well. And that in itself can be a part of our healing process, for those of us who have maybe gone through a situation, whether it be trauma, whether it be, just like something that made them like sad, or not even something like kind of in the trauma or sad area. It could really, could be anything. It could be, really like good memory as well. Those experiences are great to be able to like keep as like something that you can use as fuel for the creation of art. And again, like being able to express yourself is really for your journey, but you never know how far that ripple can go in terms of the inspiration that it leads for others. And the other thing I was just going to say is that, again, guys, like within this big Paradigm Shift Central project, I'm always talking to you guys about like, yeah, let's create media, let's go do free hugs, let's create paradigm shift communities. But again, before all of that, the main mission in all of this is right here, is right where you are sitting right now, is who you are, and that story and that transformation and that journey. Because it's not always going to be, like, oh, I have to do art in order to be able to contributing. It's like, just be you. The art, the everything else comes out of that. So, I mean, your journey that you're going through, that is you contributing to the shift. It really, really is. And so I just really want to remind people about that like for everyone listening to this, that like you guys going through your own journeys, even if you're going through the hard times and you're going through the high times, the low times, the in-between times, the spiral times, the multidimensional times, like really just like thank you for doing that, because like that, whatever it is, that's a part of your journey and that's an essential part of your quest. And really honor everything that comes into you. Like that is like almost like a hack, when you can have an experience come into you and you can sort of see it from that higher dimensional perspective of, instead of just being like trying to push it away and just kind of like, be like, no, like I don't want this. Instead, if you can like really switch into this level of like spiritual maturity and kind of like already see it as like this is happening for a reason, then it can really help you transform your perspective on it and help you move through into gratitude more effectively. Whereas like some people can sort of like hold on to like other emotions for like a really, 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 really long time, to the point where like that's like part of their lesson, is eventually they have to learn how to let go of those emotions. But yeah, again, like that in itself, people sort of use that just like a cliche thing, that everything happens for a reason. But what if everything like really, really, really does happen for a reason? And that reason is your growth as a soul, your growth as consciousness. Because again, this is something that I said before, but it's just like super, super profound and paradigm shifting. And I'll just say it again for those of you who might not heard it. This is, just take it for what you will. The objective of the universe, the objective of consciousness, the objective of why we're here is not just to make us happy. It's to evolve our consciousness. That's the kicker. And once you understand that that is your purpose, you're able to move through those challenges with more grace, with more spiritual maturity, quote unquote, if you want to use that term, with more like perspective, because it allows you to already, as you're going into a scenario, be able to like in some way honor it. And through that process of honoring it, it helps you learn the lessons more effectively, which helps you grow more effectively, which again, is like, I think a big part of what a lot of people tune into this, everyone tune into this, is kind of like already in a space where like their soul in some way has synchronistically crossed paths with this project, to hear this message, to be reminded of the idea that like each of us, as we evolve, the universe evolves, and you are evolving, you are expanding in every single moment. how that the rates at which you expand, like that is kind of like determined by like your ability to be present. So I'll just say that. So yeah, Buffy, I'd like to just pass it back to you if there's anything else that maybe you just want to share. If there's anything that came to mind, or if there's just anything in general, and then we'll pass it over to someone else. But I guess if anything, just going back to the idea of like you creating a quest journal and stuff like that. I'm curious to hear like maybe some ideas that you've got, or what you might sort of envision being able to create in terms of documenting and sharing.
Maybe some of my, really profound spiritual experiences. I wouldn't mind maybe starting with that, because I've noticed, I've been in like a sense of sort of like complete awareness, for so long, like, and I feel like extremely hypersensitive to my environment uh, because of the, chronic PTSD and like the emotions and everything else, uh, I've been pretty hypersensitive anyway, like most of my life, but with I don't know, like with the loss of my mom and like the emotions sort of, I don't know, like I kind of like explain it in a sense of like being kind of broken open, and it was during those times that I was like, my heart like literally felt like it was breaking, um, in the most deepest, way. That was, when like I channeled that energy and I put it into, something sort of healthy, like meditation. And, I morphed like the energy, or, and used it for something constructive to, help me spiritually, and just connect, connect in, and let, sort of just be guided kind of. And so I things really shifted, like talk about paradigm shift, it's like a lot of things have happened and they've been really beautiful, and it's helped me to shift my um, perspective, which, I really don't want to be a victim. I don't. I want to take all this life experience and trauma and, and morph it into something beautiful, and that can ripple out. There, speaking of ripple, like I met this beautiful human being on uh, Ryan's A Spiritual Hand page, and I kind of just took a leap one night and share a little bit about, what I was dealing with at the time, which was just like a lot of pain and unable to sleep, like I just couldn't sleep from the PTSD and the grief and having flashbacks, and it was just like ridiculous. So I was like, pretty slow sleep deprived, and it was through the middle of the night I went on to A Spiritual Hand, and I kind of said, why don't we just get like a group of us together and check on each other or something, like hold each other accountable, like make some goals, and like, you know what I mean? Just kind of be like a tiny little support group. And I think he said there's 12,000 people. So that was kind of a big leap. And this beautiful lady responded, and she's been connected with me ever since. And she's full of all this beautiful information, like this beautiful knowledge, wisdom, like ancient, like healing, like all the things that I've really been needing, and asked the universe, and it's like, it's manifesting, and it's like she gave me this recipe to try called golden milk, and wow, like that really helped my the depressive state, like, and it helped like lift my I don't know, I felt like it helped me get to this place where, you know, and it's probably a combination of changing my diet, like being aware of, you know, what I'm like, you know, taking into my body, and, you know, and really trying to cleanse and just get my, you know, be natural, like let the plant medicines help me think like naturally. So uh, this golden milk, when I took it, it almost immediately, it was like I felt like my body was like this sponge, you know, and it's just like certain nutrients and healthy things. It's just like so like refreshing, like to the degree that if you were, you know, really, really thirsty or something, and it's just like, you know, you're hydrating your body or something. And it's helped me at times be able to take that, you know, energy, and instead of falling into the depression, like, you know, being kind of on that line, I feel like I would have more control over like how I'm spending my energy, you know, and trying to do more healthier things like meditate, like even if it's 2 or 3 hours, it's just like a deep, unbelievable meditation. And I always, the more time I put in, the more experience I get out, you know, more like instead of sitting there like losing my mind from being in pain, it like escape, you know, into the, the other places.
Hmm.
So I'd like to share about those. I also want to hear about other people's too, you know, like experiences, because the more I do, the more, I don't know, I just feel like I'm not so alone, I guess. Someone else out there having these similar like things too.
For sure. Thank you again, Buffy. Sorry, you said golden milk, correct?
Yeah,
What?
I can.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, what exactly is that?
It's like it's it's like coconut milk.
Okay.
It's coconut oil. It's turmeric. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it. It's
Turmeric
like
or something.
and yeah, and pepper, and it's just like
Hmm.
this brew. You know, it's like it's just this ancient brew that heals so many different um, things with the body. And like I swear, every single person who's listening, if I, if you're struggling with anything at all, which most of us are, like I've rarely met a person these days that's not struggling from something. So I just would really recommend it. And I can link the, you know, maybe I can put the recipe she gave me and that I've been doing, and that's been really successful for me. It's been probably about a month now, and I do it twice a day, once in the morning, once at, you know, night, and it's soothing and it tastes so good. And it's like I've replaced my coffee, you know, so I've cut caffeine kind of straight out, and I replaced it with that, and it's just like really, it gives you just, it's perfect. You know, I think,
Awesome.
and it's been used, you know, by native people, and you know, it's just an ancient, beautiful medicine.
Totally.
Option.
Totally.
Yeah.
Cool. So golden milk. I'm sure if people look that up, they can probably find some.
Her name is Camille Rose Castillo. I'm not sure how to, but she is really amazing. She's you know, uh, a spiritual. She writes spiritual poetry, and she has her master's in criminal justice, and she's worked in the system, and she's experienced quite a bit, and she got out of it, but she's or she's going for her master's, and but she writes this spiritual poetry, and her poems have been I think her website is like CamilleRoseCastillo.com, but it's all of her poetry is there, and people have taken her poetry and published them in books, you know, poetry books. It's been amazing. Yeah.
Cool.
So that ripple from, you know, running into Ryan, and then through his site, A Spiritual Hand, I met her, and that's like shifty.
Super shifty. That's cool. Well, yeah, Buffy, on the side, if you have a link for her stuff, feel free to pass that over and post it into the chat on the side, and I can include that into the show notes as well. Yeah, no, thank you. Sorry, go ahead. Was there, or was that just?
I'm just gonna mute myself now. But
okay, cool, awesome. Okay, cool. I'd love to keep going around with some more conversations and discussion. I'm honestly feeling kind of like called to do some like conscious flowetry pretty soon, which talking about like poetry and stuff like that, and I wouldn't mind giving that a go. And if anybody else wants to jump in on that, we can kind of do that as like a mid-show intermission kind of thing. I'm really curious. Well, I'm not so much curious, but I'm just kind of like being called to ask. I just don't want to like ask like too many things at once. But I'll ask it now since it's just like in the moment. But Buffy, like I'm just like I just want to be able to ask this because I feel like being able to ask this is not even just so much asking you, but it's also being able to like hear things for other people as well. Just in relationship like with your mother, even now, you know, like one of the things that I personally feel, and you know, this thing I talked about with Shelby, and I talked about like even with other situations related to the taboo of death, again, is just kind of like this perspective that like as someone passes on, yes, their physical body like, you know, does its thing, but then like as like a consciousness, as a spirit, they still are able to interact with us, and they're still like carrying a presence that is still something that can communicate with us, either through like synchronicities or symbols or like intuition or dreams or anything like that. But what I'm asking Buffy for you, and just as something to be able to like share with people, I'm curious as to like what what's the best way to phrase this, even though I think you know what I'm asking. But yeah, like how have things been, and have you like, okay, the question is, have you felt like a presence or any connection with your mother since her passing? Like, do you guys still have a relationship in that sense? Yeah. And again, I know you, yeah, so I'm just kind of curious if that's something you're comfortable with talking about for a little bit, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, cool, go ahead.
So,
and thanks.
No problem. So Mom and I, like, we had plenty of time, you know, to connect and talk about, you know, certain things she wanted me to do, or, you know, and we talked about her past, and she said that she's a really strong Italian woman. Like, I mean, like, wow. So one of the ways that she coped with, you know, I think like that she literally made it through everything that she did was just really practicing the mind, you know, the control in the mind, like overcoming it and not letting it beat her, and her willpower, you know, and for us, like, to be here. But she told me when she crossed that she was going to find a way. She's like, Buffy, if there is a way, I am going to find it, and I mean it. She's like, and I am going to be with you and Randy until it's your time. And she said, and I'm gonna let you know because I'm gonna tickle your nose. So, like, about 2 weeks ago, I'm about 2 weeks ago or so. I mean, I've been like sensing her and feeling her, but distantly. You know, like I can tell she's there, but like it's, you know, I don't know if it's just like this weird pull, because it's like, you know, I'm not sure if it's part of the grieving process or like PTSD, but it's like, you know, like I'm semi like still triggered a bit, you know, from like the way that she had passed. Like I don't know if she, like, that kind of kept her a bit distant from like her energy, but I kind of had a breakthrough where I stepped through, and I know uh you know, that she's helped me to do that, to take these leaps and give me the strength. And you know, we had discussions right in the end, and like actually I feel like her and I's like connection and bond is stronger now than it's ever been. Like I feel like our energies are working together in a different kind of way. She's brought like people to me, and like they specifically are having dreams about my mom with an owl on her shoulder. Like I've had friends call me and say, "Oh my God, like 25 years," you know, and they called me up and were like, "Your mother was in my dream last night, and she had an owl on her shoulder. I just have to call you, like, you know." And then like we talk about more and like try to figure out, interpret, you know, like what maybe the message is. But I felt 2 weeks ago her literally tickle. I was like expecting, I don't know, because like when she told me one time, and my son, like she like wiggled the tip of our nose when she said it. Like she's like, "I'm gonna tickle your nose," you know. And so I was kind of like always expecting like a tickle on the end of my nose or whatever. But 2 weeks ago it happened like up by the bridge, you know, and it was so profound. Like it happened again, and I'm like, and then I could see these like I was unsure like about the orb thing, because you know like I've always been a little bit like uh, skeptical, you know, because like dust or like I don't know, my eyes kind of playing tricks on me. But um I've been like feeling like mega ultra sensitive and connected into like everything. So I was noticing in the space in the house, and usually outside, like I can see the energy and the atmosphere around, you know, I can see it like traveling through, you know, the space. But in my room I was sitting here and I got that tickle on my nose like twice, and I was like just like, and her dog, like I have her puppy right here. um you know, she was very specific about, you know, she wanted me to make sure that I got Mishka took care of him. He's here with us. He, for the first time since her passing, he he went that at the same exact time my mom's doing this to me. He goes out and sits by her door across the hall, because she came and moved in with me, you know, throughout the whole ordeal. But so Mishka went and sat outside of her door and was whimpering, and I honestly have not heard him do it before or since. But at that same time, I was also like in my room. Um, I was seeing like these little orb things, like they were moving in weird directions. So I knew it wasn't like dust or like whatever. It was weird because it was like a little bit like energy was trying to manifest, like something was like trying to sort of happen. Like the atmosphere around us was the energy was shifting. It was trying to do something, and I could see it. And then I could see the space. I could see like the. It reminded me of that movie, like I can't think of it, where like you have these like sort of invisible beings kind of shifting through, and like for movie purposes, they kind of like sort of maybe over exaggerated a little bit, um, you know, for Hollywood purposes. But it was on a lower sort of level. It was, you know, not such an extreme. I could see the space shifting, something shifting in the room, and I felt so wonderful. Like I felt amazing. You know, I felt really good, and I've been right in tune with things, like doing lots of meditation. I've been sending lots of like love to people, and when I get the news like they're sick or they're feeling down, struggling, I just like focus in, you know, and try to like, you know, use the energy for good things, you know, and I just sort of being like the passenger, you know, going along for the ride, just sort of like letting things unfold organically, and doing my best to cope with each thing presented, and moving through and using my tools. But yeah, I've been seeing her, and I want to go to the dream space. I want to lucid dream. I want to, you know what I mean? Like I want to be able to, because I feel like it's a much easier place maybe for their, like maybe it doesn't like take so much energy for that sort of, I don't know, part of it, as it does like in this, you know, when we're awake. It's just a feeling I'm getting. I want to, I'm looking forward to that. So I've been trying to figure out how to, you know, take it to the dream world. Like, you know.
Definitely. Yeah, like being able to communicate with loved ones who are in other states within the dream space is a very interesting topic and something we've talked about here in other Paradigms to Central broadcasts. And yeah, no, Buffy, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that again. Like you and your mother still have that connection and that relationship, and it's really special.
Just before she passed, like I was like so in tune with her that her last hour, my son, you know, didn't. I was with her, like I was with her the whole way, and like I just knew it was time to call my son. I got him on the phone. We had a speakerphone call, and I made commitments and promises, and you know, the three of us, you know, we said what we needed to say, you know, and within 4 minutes after, like 3 or 4 minutes after that phone conversation, she looked me in my eyes, holding my hand, and took her last breath. And that was the most peaceful, honestly, that I've ever seen my mother in my whole entire life. But before she took the shift, like before I picked up the phone call, before I picked up the phone and called my son, I had this amazing conversation with her, and I broke down in tears. I was like, I felt my mother on the other side. And so I spoke to her from both sides. Like I connected with her, and like I was saying things like, you know what, Mom, I don't know, like I felt like she understood me for the first time in my whole entire life, like on a completely different level, a level that I had been trying to connect with her on my whole entire life. So I spoke to her from that place, and I said, Mom, I know you, you know, now I know, like, you know, it's like, you know, it's, I feel like I'm meeting you for the first time, like, you know, like you're kind of like that, like, I don't know, like when she met me, when she, you know, gave birth to me, it was like, I don't know, like kind of like that kind of, like we're meeting each other for the first time in a different kind of way. And I just like completely broke down and told her, you know, like that it felt like I felt it, you know, I felt it, and that it was, you know, beautiful, and that just uh, life, you know, changing, and that nothing was ever going to be the same, and that like I knew, you know, I knew she was good, like after, you know, and I like just kind of wanted her to know that I know she had been telling me that she was going to be with me, but I wanted to tell her, like, I'm with you too. Like, we're going to do this, you know, together. And, you know, and everything's going to be okay. And, you know, we got this. And, you know, I know, I don't know, it was because she could still, right up until she died, she lost her voice on Friday. She passed away on Monday. But she was still very much alert, like looking, you know, around and able to move a bit, you know. So it wasn't like she was in a comatose state or something, you know. And every night was hell. Like we literally stepped into hell, because that was when the nurses came on. Administration left the place, and the nurses came on at night that were, you know, the, you know, just, yeah. So we literally stepped into hell every night from Friday to Sunday night, and you know, and then it shifted. Like they were on their best behavior like 5 minutes before the morning shift came on. So my mom, like, you know, she knew I was screaming out for her, was like, how can you do this to people? Like, that, you know, you're making people suffer. Like, I can't even believe this place. Like, you know, I'm like, you're being observed. Like, everything you're doing is being observed. You think no one sees what you do, but like, you're being observed on a completely different level. You have no idea. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it was pretty traumatic, but I'm, you know, trying to take the energy and morph that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
That's
know, and
good.
I know she is too. I do.
Yeah.
I
You're
think led me to a lot of things that are healing.
yeah, like those experiences would have inevitably opened up doors that maybe you wouldn't have thought to have opened before, perhaps, or
Some other
something
people are
along those
coming
lines.
healing as well,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, the new connections as a result of it. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that you're a wizard, Buffy, so alchemize that. So
I'm still learning. I don't like to put labels
yes.
on myself. I struggle with that, you know. I don't
Mm.
maybe I just don't understand completely what's happening, you know. I'm just kind of going along with the ride, learning as I go.
That's it. That's the ride. Learn as you go. That's awesome.
I don't know. Shifter. We're shifters.
Cool. Well, Buffy, thank you again for sharing and for being vulnerable. And yeah, I know, like, and I'm saying that on behalf of everyone. I know there's a lot of comments in the chat, just like sending you lots of love. And yeah, I even had Ryan even saying there, he said, "You got this, girl." So
Thank you. Thank you.
cool. And yeah, let's keep.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna pass the talking stick around to some more. But again, I'm really glad, Buffy, that you were able to share with us what you did, and especially since you know, like literally just like a few days ago, how this, like, being able to talk in the broadcast in general was like something that you were just like getting familiar with, and now, like, even just like I that was a good chunk of time in which we were able to just like have a nice chat there. So yeah, that was really awesome. I'm happy for you. So cool. I was just gonna say, Buffy, I'll just pass the talking stick over to you. Just to, if there's anything else that you want to say, you know, like even just for the other people who may be going through their own journeys and their own stories, if there's anything else that you want to say before we pass the talking stick around, go ahead.
Just, you know, that they're not alone. You know what I mean? There's a whole like group of people that are, you know, listening to the same call and, you know, willing to love and to help and to be vulnerable with them, and you know, we can do it together, really. You know, it's like a family. It's literally like a family. Feels, you know, it's beginning to feel more like a family than I think I've, you know,
Definitely.
that like I've ever experienced. You know, like the kind of just real unconditional love, really beautiful. And you know, I've learned that by doing this, by every single time that I just step out of the fear and take the leap and stop talking myself out of it, stop making excuses for myself to give up or step back, or, you know, it just prolonged like what I needed, what I knew I needed, you know. And now that I'm taking these leaps and stepping out of the fear and being vulnerable, like the more transparent and open and just vulnerable I am, and that I'm sharing, the more the universe, you know, able to help me and, you know, and give back, and just to also to help others, you know. And I like, we can all do this to each other, you know, and get everybody's journey, everybody's, you know, willingness to share, listen.
Yeah, definitely.
Reset self consciousness and take this whole, you know, stuff that we've been dealt in life and just transform it into love.
Yeah. That, yeah. Transforming it into love, I think is super on point. I was actually just going to say, Buffy, even though you kind of already said it in there, and I do still want to just keep passing the talking stick around, but I also want to be able to like do this with almost everyone, even though some people already jumped out of the conversation, but we already got general logistics. But I just wanted to give you a chance to just like share for yourself any intentions that you want to set for yourself for even just the coming week or the coming month, and even just like a short and sweet thing. But even like what you just said there, like continuing to be like open and vulnerable and taking those leaps, I think is tying in with what your intentions would presumably be. But just to give you a chance to share that, and then we'll pass the talking stick around. Are there any intentions that you want to say out loud, even for yourself, to build accountability between yourself and anything?
I would like to set a goal of actually doing something in the like that's basically sharing.
Sorry, can you say that last part again? We just had some extra static on Kyle's mic, I think, but sorry, you think?
I forget what you called it. Like it was like a quest journal or dream, not dream, but like a quest journal type log or something. I think like that maybe I will try to put something out there, possibly, and start with that. I know writing. I've been writing. It seems like it's just coming out though. It's like I get like where I need to release. So I grab my journal and I just and it's like it's just all like whatever coming out. So yeah, I'd like to try to maybe put something out and then possibly maybe have you go over it.
For sure. Yes, that would totally. I'm more than willing to help you put together a quest journal, and for anybody as well, like being able to document and share through the main website. That's what the platform or the website's there for, to give us a place to be able to practice sharing and putting our quest journals together and sharing our story. Buffy, thank you again. I'm going to pass the talk stick over to Ryan actually, and I did want to do this anyways because I'm sure Ryan just has something to say as well, since Ryan came here because of Buffy and you guys are already friends. So Ryan, go ahead. I'll pass the talking stick over to you. And thanks again, Buffy.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw that in there on this journal topic. Buffy and I had spoken, and she was really thinking about doing something with video, and she, has really expressed some serious interest in finding herself through some ayahuasca. And we had spoken and kind of came up with an idea that I would help her document that, once she went out there, because I'm able to edit and I have these programs and things like that. And I told her specifically that I would love to help her do something like that, because that's what we do. We share our deep, crazy experiences, and we can film whatever we'd like to film, and whatever she's comfortable with, as deep as she would like to go, as much as she would like to share, and then produce this amazing story transformation based on what she's been learning, mixed it with some plant medicines, and go as deep probably as she's ever been in many different senses. So that's another thing that's why I wanted to just jump in right there at that moment, because sharing these experiences shows everybody that's what we're here for. We're trying to learn through each other. We don't have to experience all this negative, bad things on our own. We can take each other's advice. We can see each other's stories and relate and realize that, there's other people out there just like me that struggle or are going through hard things right now. And when you see someone like that shine, it gives the other people on the other end hope. Oh my God, wow, this is amazing. It can work. And we get these people start thinking and seeing the deeper picture. And that's really what we're going for here. And also that helps herself see her transformation. When you help people, it feels amazing. You know, that's the biggest part of it. We help each other, we help ourselves, we help the community, we shift, and that's what we're going for here. And I would happily you know, help her. I know I heard her mention she was struggling with you know, the new technology to do maybe the way she wants to do it, and I would very happily help put something like that together, and we can share that in the community so people can see what this, you know, this very elusive magical thing that everybody hears about, this ayahuasca, what it can do and the power it has, and to just be able to help her open up, which helps other people, which helps us all. It's a beautiful thing altogether. So
Thank you, Ryan.
of course, of course.
Awesome. Yeah, Ryan, thank you for putting providing that service to be able to help Buffy with that, because yeah, like I think that's what's exciting when, you know, like, again, you know, like we start contributing our resources and our skills and our talents and our tools, and you're right, like that's where like someone's just like, hey, like I'm a storyteller, let me help you tell your story, kind of thing. And so yeah, dude, totally. And I mean, like that's planting that seed now, and yeah, for anybody listening to this, stay tuned, because like down the road that can very well likely be a reality that will align with and such. So that's awesome. That's awesome, man. Sweet. Yes, that is cool. Ryan, was there anything else you want to say or anything related to that? No, that's cool. Okay.
Just
go ahead.
I was to say probably anything else. If anybody has any questions or there's a lot of mystery and things surrounding the ayahuasca. So I would highly encourage you, you know, to even just for your own knowledge, if, you know, you have some random questions, to reach out to me and ask me any questions any way you can. And if you want to even just email directly, it's ryan@aspiritualhand.com. And I'd be happy to help you answer any questions you have, anything about plant medicines, and even direct you. Not necessarily you have to do anything with me or my organization, but I really want to share the information. That's what's important to me. It's getting the information out there. So if you have any questions or you have any thoughts, I'm so happy to talk to anybody who is interested. And other than that, I'm totally good. And I look forward to hopefully getting connected with several of us here and really spreading our wings and showing what this spiritual world, the spiritual side of our souls, what we can do for society as a whole if we really come together and share love and care for each other instead of me, and, you know, following the typical society way everybody's out for themselves. We need to really come together as a group. We are all one. And so that is very important to me. So I appreciate the time for, you know, letting me come on and share that thought with you guys.
Awesome, man. Awesome. And again, for everybody who may just be interested in looking more into what Ryan is up to, check out aspiritualhand.com, which is the main website. And yeah, again, Ryan's involved with the retreat center there for working with ayahuasca. And just as people who may not be entirely familiar, ayahuasca is a Peruvian or native Peruvian plant medicine that is used for vision quests or a vision ceremony. Just to explain it very, very concisely, that is designed for helping healing process of who we are, if we want to put those very blanket terms on it. But yes, Ryan is right. There's a lot of perhaps misconceptions or just lack of knowledge, and ayahuasca is definitely something that is becoming a little bit more talked about, and it is something that we can always get back into on future broadcasts. And I think if unless something else comes up, it's possible that the Paradigm Shift Destiny School will actually be focused on topics related to psychedelics. So we'll make sure that Ryan is around for that one, if that's the case. And
that would be
yeah,
great. Plenty of experience in many different kinds too. So I would love to be part of that. That would be great. So
awesome.
I'll be around.
Awesome.
We'll
Cool.
I'm sure. So
for sure. And I mean, even within this broadcast, we'll keep going through the introductions. And I mean, you know, if you guys do want to talk a little bit more about ayahuasca, we can always fit it into this broadcast. I will just say, guys, we're at about 12 p.m. 12 a.m. on my end, and I want to be able to aim to wrap this up perhaps by 1 a.m., which is in about an hour. So we'll keep bouncing around. And yeah, a couple of other things is just going over some like basic community stuff that I want to mention to you guys, and also like the social media stuff related to Jamie's video. But we still have a couple more people to be able to get some updates from as well. So thank you again so much, everybody, for tuning into this. Shout out to people on the YouTubes as well. Shout out to Narwa, shout out to Maxi, shout out to Bliss King, and shout out to Nikki, who is the Nikki who was in here earlier, but now she's like tucked into bed and listening on her YouTube. So shout out to everyone, and shout out to everyone listening into this into the future as well. So let me just see if I can do some spiritual flow tree, conscious flow tree for you guys real quick, because I was kind of saying I want to do that, and it just might be easier to do it now before we get too much into additional introductions and stuff. So let me just do like something real quick. So again, like some of you guys have already seen me do this, whether it's me or someone else, but the basic idea is that it's conscious flow tree, poetry. It's like poetry in the moment. And the basic idea behind this is a meditation practice is to practice kind of getting out of your own way, to be able to allow the Allwin, which is kind of like an ancient Druidic term for like the universal creative energy force, flow, to come through you. And it's again kind of about like stepping out of your own way and allowing it to come through you, and just like allowing yourself to breathe. And it comes through practice, and it comes through like subtle techniques, but evidently it's a fun thing to do, and I want to be able to share with you guys to be able to help encourage and inspire you guys to be able to do it too. And if anybody else wants to jump in with some afterwards, please feel free. So let me just see what I can do here. Floating down the rivers of the Amazon. We're going to take this path. We're going to follow it as long as it needs to go. We're going to take this where we have to find our way home, back to the stars, back to that place where we remember where we are. We remember that it's the heart that's always going to sing. We remember that it's the one beat that is going to bring us back into that space of infinite love, and back into that space where it's as above. And we remember time and time again that we've forgotten, but that's the learning of this infinite dance, of this cosmic trance, and it's one place where we can have this romance of falling into that opportunity to be true to the something that rhymes with opportunity. But it doesn't even matter if it's always going to rhyme, because it just always matters about showing up when the time is right for you. So step through those gates of perception is going to take you to where you need to go. So let go of the fear and step into the flow, because that river is going to keep on moving without your permission, but you are the river. So step into the emission of letting out your love into this world, and letting it ripple into the place where the flowers unfold like the lotus petal blossoming into 1,000 directions. We are making our impacts heard into the messages of the future. And breathing into the breath is always what's best, because rather than trying to bring it into a fret, just be present with where you are and take that breath here and now, because it's connecting to the stars. That's going to awaken you to that final wow, that eternal now, that one place where we learn how. I see you. So there you go. That was, again, it's just a little practice.
Great, man. I love that. That was awesome. You started with the Amazon River. I was like,
yeah. Because I saw it on the website, so I was like,
nice.
The lotus flower too, and I just have to say that in the beginning of my mom's diagnosis with cancer, I like sat out on the back lanai all day, and I just drew this lotus flower, and I'll have to take a picture of it, and it's closed, you know. And then I recently, like 4 years ago, or actually it was probably like more like 2 years ago, I just randomly wanted to draw this huge flower, like open lotus, like on my wall with paint. So I painted it on there. So when you said the lotus, like that was pretty awesome. I can't wait to hear that back.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks, guys. That was fun. And yeah, again, you know, just like anyone, I invite all of you guys to sort of practice that in your own ways. Find it, whether it's flowetry or otherwise, find your flow. That is your shift mission, to find your flow, and that can be anything really. So, and everyone's got it. Okay, guys, let's keep bouncing around. Thanks again to Buffy. Thanks again to Ryan. And thanks again to everyone tuned into this. And yeah, let's just keep moving through the introductions, and we'll get more into the basic community stuff as we go through it. So between we do have an Ashley, as in the Ashley who I was talking in reference to earlier about her and her daughter doing free hugs at school, who has recently joined. And we still have Kyle, and we still have Manny, and we also have Roman, and we also have Stephanie. So that's a few people, but nonetheless, it's always exciting to be able to take our time and to move through this in awesome ways. So who would like to take the talking stick next and do an introduction and some updates? And that would be Kyle. So Kyle, we'll pass the talking stick over to you. And yeah, again, Kyle, we'll aim to keep it concise. I know the last one was as long as it needed to be, but again, whatever you have to share with us, dude, please absolutely give us the details and who you are, where you're from, and what updates you have to share. Go ahead, Kyle. And Kyle's an admin for Paradigm Shift Delaware, but he'll tell you about that. Go ahead, Kyle. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Brendan. I've been just came across some really funny things, and I was like, great. It was excellent for keeping the light mood. Things started to get heavy there, but thank you, Buffy, for becoming vulnerable and sharing these things, especially on such an open environment like this. But it's also like a good environment because it's all, like, we all care. We all have that connectedness with one another. So it's, this is like the place to do that. So that's very excellent and synchronistic. I'm glad that you were able to come out and, break that shell a little bit or just, move out of it. Find a slightly bigger one. Sometimes that's what it takes. But,
Thank you.
And Ryan, also, brother, I think what you're doing is excellent and amazing. And I actually want to talk to you on a more serious note because I want to possibly do some work with you on that. Also, I want to get a little bit involved with that because that's also it was a very long-term vision of mine to help people in that same way. And I've done a lot of journeying, and I would like to help you help other people if that's possible in some way.
I'd
I
love
don't know how you operate, but I would love to work with you.
Yeah, certainly. I'd love to link up with you after. We can message, certainly. So appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Sounds good. All right, and otherwise, I am the admin for Paradigm Shift Delaware. Things have been popping off a little bit lately. More and more people in my area have been just kind of friends that I know from the past and some other people that I just recently met up with who are open to the conscious movement, open to being consciously aware and wanting to aid others who are seeking the same thing, or just wanting to receive more information and help on these topics. So that's good. It's been a slow process, but you know what? Just I've kept trucking, and the universe has opened up some things to happen. So I also got hit with a huge poop storm of just stuff. So I've had to balance being optimistic over here on this end and trying to deal with things that are going on. And I'm not having like a lot of like crazy stuff happen or anything. It's just general life things like my car and not getting enough hours of work and stuff like that. But that's all right because I have these other outlets to deal with that and everything. And I've been trying to juggle these two things here, like regular life stuff and the paradigm stuff and want to move further out of regular living and get into a more kind of artistic way, or just sort of self-sufficient entrepreneurial way of living. And that's what I've been building, trying to work on. So that's what's been going on. That's what's been going on my end, pretty much. Just slowly building this project, getting these people in the same space is the general topic, and probably just gonna have to like stage a party, and it'll just be like only these consciously aware people invited, and it'll be like, it's a party, but it's actually like a conscious throwdown party, you guys. And everyone will be like, what? That's crazy. So it's probably what's going to have to happen. I'm feeling it. Trick all these friends of mine. Because I only get the friends that have agreed to be a part of this conscious community. I'll be like, yo, man, you know, like, I heard this sweet super party going on. You know what I mean? And just get them all in the same spot and be like, oh, what? Conscious throwdown. Talk about all kinds of stuff. Get it going. That'll probably be a great way to like surprise attack everybody and be like, oh snap, universal conflux, yo. What? That'll be wicked. Yeah, other than that, I've been the other night I was out and I was trying to contact UFOs on the moon and whatever. I have visions of building a machine that's gonna shoot high-powered laser beams into the sky at a certain frequency in a binary code, and see if I can either refract it or reflect that back, you know, get like a laser echo back off of something, or see if I get some kind of signal back. But that would be really cool. That's really cool idea that I had lately. I was like, what if, you know, they're just waiting for regular Joe to be like, you know what, I'm smart enough to do this shit. You know, they're like, I'm not going to go talk to NASA. Those guys can't be trusted. I'm waiting for that guy to do it. They're out there betting or something. They're like, check out this ghetto, man. Look at this ghetto planet, dude. They're all running around,
Awesome.
tearing each other up. But anyway, that's what's going on my end, you guys.
That's exciting.
A lot of cool stuff going on.
Maybe the aliens will come to your party too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man.
Yes. Come to the party. Alien party.
Yeah, you could organize an event of just like a kind of like a contact, like in the middle of see if you guys like, you could create like, you know, like a UFO watching hangout in the field or something like that.
Yeah, dude, it'd be like me throwing down.
I think Stephen Greer does stuff like that.
In like a really big tent, and I'll just be like throwing down, listening to music, jamming out, and somebody be like, "What are you doing out there? Did you see all the aliens, bro? It's all these alien friends of mine." Hashtag tinfoil hat gang.
Exactly. Cool, Kyle. That sounds very ambitious, and I'm glad to hear. Because I mean, again, like I know you've been you've been building your tribe where you are, and you've definitely been like connecting with people in the community where you are, and things like that. So you know, creating paradigm shift events, they can be like house parties too, if that's what you're feeling called to do. In the same way, they can be open-minded discussion down at the library or the park and stuff like that.
Well, that's just like the idea to secretly sneak all these people and friends of mine into one area.
That may have to be the tactic.
Oh, yeah, it's a party, but like it's also a conscious throwdown.
Right. Because depending on like, because you're right, like that's a good way of sort of adapting to every place is going to be like sort of different in terms of building a shift community. And maybe in your place is like, hey, let's all come down to the park and like have open-minded discussion, meditate. People are just like, dude, that's square. But then if you're just like, yo, let's like come like hang out in my garage and like party and stuff like that, and then everyone shows up for that, and then Yeah, I can see that working, man. That's a nice hack. Kyle, I was just gonna ask on a side thing. What's your current status on like free hugs and stuff? That have you jumped out of that plane yet, or is that still something you're?
No, that's still a totally weird. I mean, for me, that is for me being comfortable embracing a person I don't know in an environment like that where I'm used to walking through and constantly scanning my environment and constantly kind of doing like a 360 look around and constantly being like, alert. It's hard for me to get out of that mindset when I'm in public areas. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to be like, for me to not run scenarios through my head to where I would have to be on guard. Sometimes when I'm in public, I try to be easygoing when I'm talking with people, and I am, but I also feel like in my demeanor in certain public environments that I still carry a level of solidarity, I guess you could say, soldier style, like sort of mentality, and having to be like, constantly on guard or something.
Mm-hmm.
And like looking for those weird avenues of approach and things like that. It's kind of hard for me to, sort of like shake it. And meeting new people and things like that is not a difficult thing for me at all.
Kyle, do you see PTSD at all?
Not entirely. I mean, I'm not gonna like, no, I don't. I haven't been in like combat or anything, but I've just been tailored to behave and think a certain style.
Yeah, well, you don't have to have been to combat to have PTSD. There could have been something that happened which creates a program, more or less, that puts you on guard in a sense like that. And so that seems to be something that you may struggle with a little bit, possibly.
Yeah, definitely.
I appreciate your honesty. That's amazing, man. Well,
yeah, it's a weird thing, it's like I didn't have like before being, like completely sort of like off guard and vulnerable like that was easy. It's like now it's very strange because when it's just like, I guess it was just being in those environments of like totally completely different setting, mind state, completely different. Like, you don't really know anybody. Even the people that you work with or go to duty with day in and day out, you don't really know them. You only know them on a very thin level. Because you only get about 6 or 7 months before you could be rotated to a different section, or, these dudes might deploy or something. So you never really get to know anyone. Everyone's sort of a blank slate. Everyone has like a general generic thing about them that's different, but otherwise it's all the same, and it's very weird. And it was just like, you couldn't really feel comfortable. Everyone was always like, on guard, being infantry and all. It was just weird. And when I got out and came back home, I just spent a lot of time, like, socially, I'd be at the bar, I'd be drinking and like talking to people, and like if I was drinking, it would be easy for me to open up to people and talk about whatever. And I would meet people, make friends, meet really cool and interesting individuals. But it was really, like, I wouldn't say that I was a shitty person. I would say I didn't know what I was doing when I was in the military. And when I got out, I just kept drinking because of, the hurt that I was going through. Because there was a woman involved, and that made some serious, like, impression on my being. Left some deep gashes, my friend. I'll say that much. left some marks, and yeah, so I worked through that, and here I am today. But you know, being in that environment, to be like free hugs is like totally like, I mean, probably like if I did it, it would be like on a whim when something felt right. Like I did something today that was outside of my character. Today, I mean, it wasn't outside of my character, not at all. But it was unusual. It was as if I took a step back and observed the situation from a distance. And was like, this isn't something I normally do. And it was like, you know, just like a couple of things in the astral happened. It was like, and like this, it was just this, I was in Spencer's and there was a girl who was working there. And she was just being very friendly. And I got a vibration and I was like, all right, let me, you know, like, see what happens. And like, I asked her if she wanted to hang out or whatever, you know what I mean? Just like casual, like, stuff. And like, turns out like, yeah, like she was interested in me, but she was seeing somebody. So I was like, okay, you know, that's cool. See you later. Thank you. Just left. But it was totally something that I generally am not comfortable doing because of the same reason I'm not comfortable doing free hugs in a public area. Because getting down on that kind of level is like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to like cold and, you know what I mean? Like, physical isn't gentle. Physical is hard and violent and thrashy.
Well, so let me ask you how you felt. It's like you said today, you take yourself out of the box and you kind of went above and beyond, out of your comfort zone today. And whether it could work out or not, how did that particularly feel for you? Did that feel good? Like even after that, are you proud of yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was.
To me, it sounds like free hugs is exactly what you need, my friend, because when you step out of that box and you open yourself up to something bigger, you're going to break the barrier that you are particularly putting up right now, and you're well aware of it, and that's the first step. So step 2 is some free hugs, my friend. That'll totally get you, it'll break that little barrier that you're holding for yourself, and it'll feel good, just like stepping out of the box today did. That's my opinion.
Buffy, did you want to say something? Or
I said he'll level up.
you'll level up, get new experience, unlock new abilities, and then you'll be able to do free hugs anywhere, anytime, any place. Pro tip for shifters: keep a free hug sign in your backpack and bring it with you everywhere. That's what I do. So,
+3 speechcraft.
Right. +3 speechcraft. Excellent.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Kyle, just as a practical tip for free hugs and for anybody, one thing that I can suggest, because you're kind of like, you know, you kind of have like that alertness thing that you're talking about, you know, you're probably always like trying to make sure that no one's like walking up behind you or something like that. As a tip for free hugs, like situate yourself so that you only have to worry about like a section of your field of view, like less than 180, instead of having to worry about people come up behind you. So just situate yourself like either near a wall or near a corner. And then that way, so you can just like really be present with like what direction you're facing in, and you can have that field as like narrow as you want it to be, if that's something that may help, sort of thing. But yeah, the day will come. The day will come when when Kyle will look back and he'll just be like, oh, I remember when I didn't used to do free hugs, and now I'm a new man, and yeah, and you'll meet people doing them, and because that's the thing, right? Like it's part of what can motivate people to doing free hugs is when you kind of adapt that altruistic approach, and then you're just like, all right, like this isn't just about me. This isn't just about me. This isn't just about me. And then you go out there and you do it, and you like hug people, and it's like totally about them, right? And like, so that's yeah. So
I could do extremely heavy metal free hugs. Be like, Viking hugs.
Steam it up. Yeah, yeah, have some Slayer playing in the background.
Yeah.
That's yeah, you could do it, man.
That'd be excellent.
I believe in you.
It's like a whole group of metalheads would totally be about that. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. I think you know, like maybe again, you know, like if you can find someone to do it with, maybe you and Bryce can get together. Maybe you guys can go just bounce the idea off him, you know, because maybe he'll help you sort of get in the zone or something like that. That's, who knows? Who knows?
Bryce and Eric and Alex.
There you go. There you go.
All these
Get your,
people in the same space. I like the idea of going out and just sort of holding conscious signs like you guys did that one day.
Right.
You guys are just literally just like holding conscious signs. And you have the, it's just like, as you think, so shall you become on a sign. I really like that idea. And just to be like, you know, just like protesting the shittiness of the world with positive vibes, you know.
Totally, man. That's definitely something. Yeah, like and like I would recommend, like, if that's sort of like an in between of like free hugs, if you want to try that first, just like the conscious sign holding. In particular, Kyle's talking about like a video that we made where like we had like 3 signs down a single road during like 5 p.m. So it was like heavy traffic, and each sign was like a 2-person sign with text on it, and one said like, as you think, so shall you become. One said, we are a collective consciousness experiencing itself subjectively, and one said, open your heart. So the basic idea is like people driving the cars are like seeing these signs on the side of the road and almost have like no choice but to accidentally read them. And then to have it in 3 is kind of like they see the first one and they might like half ignore it, but by the time they get to the second and third one, they're just like, wait, like what did that other one say? And then you know, and then whether they want to or not, you know, that seed is planted, and they like take it home, and then, you know, they'll say to their wife at dinner, they'll be like, yeah, there were some like people holding signs, and one of them said like, as you think, so shall you become. Like, didn't Bruce Lee say that or something? You'd be like, oh, well, I remember that. So that's exactly what would happen. That's exactly what would happen. And that's so again, those files, to create those signs, I can send you those files, and like literally you just print them off like on a regular computer printer, and then you duct tape them together from the back, and I can help you guys with that. But yeah, like I was just yeah, like Kyle, that could totally be a thing, man. Just yeah, like finding some way or another to go out there and to interact with the community is always a very exciting thing for a shifter to do. So
yes. Absolutely.
Totally, man. And you gotta like, and yeah, you know, like if you can like sort of like build your tactical squad, you know, like build your alpha squad kind of thing, like get your guys together, like, because it's good that you have like sort of like that militaristic background, because again, you know, like there's that quote, and this is like a big part of the Paradigm Shift Central project in some ways, is that idea of like we need to organize for peace in the same way we would organize for war, in if that's not the exact quote, but like that basic idea being like, let's like use tactics and strategies and implementation to like spread the love in the same way we're like doing it to mechanize like things for like not so like awesome stuff. But like in that sense, like, yeah, like turn it into something fun, get your friends together, like turn it into a game, right? Because it is a game. Like that's how we promote this. Like it really is thinking about this game, and your game, your objective, your mission is to go out there and to plant those seeds. And even if that's just like holding a sign and whatnot. But yeah, man, like totally, man, it's already done. I can see it. It's just a matter of time. So.
Yes, there's a future me doing free hugs on bar
right
night.
Now, yeah.
Doing free hugs on bar night.
That if that's yeah, and doing it on bar night might be a challenging level to start off in, but do it with whatever.
Oh man, on Main Street it would be like a total variable of like,
oh yeah,
you suck, to like, oh, I love you.
Yes,
this is awesome.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah,
Shut up, they're cool.
Yeah, there's one time, this is just kind of like a side note, when I literally the very first time, or one of the very first times that we had those big signs that I was talking about, this was actually like before we actually did free hugs. We just had versions where we were just holding those signs, and there's one sign that said like, we are collective consciousness experiencing self-subjectively, and I was like kind of like getting like really like sort of symbolic and creative with my intention behind doing this. But me and my buddy actually like my intention was to keep it on the focus of the message and also to get people's attention and to sort of like make them think outside the box. So what we actually did is that like me and my buddy stood near the entrance to a park, and we were holding the sign as we were collective consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. But this is what I was getting to. We were actually wearing like half masks, like not like balaclavas, but like ninja half masks. And one of us was wearing a black one and one of us was wearing a white one. So it was like supposed to be symbolically representing like the pillars of like Boaz and the other thing sort of thing, the like the pillars of knowledge. So it was like the black pillar and the white pillar and then like this message in the middle. And it was like way more esoteric than it needed to be, but it was still just kind of like a fun thing that like that was way back in the day. When like that particular intention related to the Paradigm Shift Central project was actually specifically referred to the side project within Paradigm Shift known as Project Hierophant or Project Hierophant, which again in Hierophant is like the messenger of like consciousness of God, of like higher wisdom. So like that was kind of the idea. So like free hugs and doing things with signs, even though we don't call it that, and I honestly haven't called it that for years, in a part of like the perception of this project, that all of those things are still like part of like Project Hierophant or Project Hierophant, which again was kind of like inspired by, in a way, like kind of like the Fight Club thing with like projects. Crap, what they actually call the project in Fight Club? It had a name or something like that. But yeah, the first rule of anyway, guys, what was the project called in Fight Club? Come on, man, pop quiz. You guys should know this. I want to say like Project Destiny, but it wasn't. I'll figure that out. It's okay. But anyways, I was just like, yeah, like the idea with like the symbolic esoteric masks involved was kind of a funny thing. But anyways, let's keep bouncing around, guys. It's about 12:30 right now. Kyle, I want to be able to pass it over to you. What are some of your intentions that you want to set for yourself for the future? Project Mayhem. Ryan, bonus points to you. See, we do it. Thanks. Bonus shout out to Google. Kyle, go ahead. What are some intentions that you want to set for yourself?
To continue building this reality in my area, continue building this and getting these people in line and for good stuff like paradigm shifting. Get these people in one spot. Everyone's hanging out. Let's talk about the good stuff. And want to build my machine to shoot lasers into outer space. That's going to probably be a YouTube project. Going to get that going. To do free hugs, to embrace people who need it. Random good individuals that would respond, I guess. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just maybe I should just get a shirt, walk around campus. Be the easiest way. See who comes running. Free hugs! Free hugs guy. So just have a shirt instead of a sign. That'd be excellent. That, and to continue doing my magic and super awesome Jedi training, and just being the shaman that I am, the shaman witch that I am, and yeah, keep shifting paradigms. That's, I guess, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what else. I can keep setting all different intentions. I have a lot of different things that I want right now, that I want to see built. I have a lot of ambitions. Many ambitions for this project that I've embarked on. It's going to take a lot of strength, but I got it. You there? Or have you glitched completely?
One sec, I'm glitched. I'm glitched.
Yes, you are. But yeah, okay, so more intentions. I have intentions for contacting the aliens on the moon and the giants on Pluto. You must really have some problems going on your end.
Do you have any experience with any plant medicines at all, Kyle? Like mushrooms, anything like that? Psilocybin?
Yes.
You do? So, because I've had some really serious experience when it comes to lights and aliens and being fed information of that sort.
Yeah. That's kind of why I think I'm getting a call to link with you.
Yeah. See, I'm feeling that too. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. We need to connect and grow with this.
I have
whatever it is.
I have some really good ideas coming up too, and so we can certainly get together and I want to figure out some things. I have some really interesting experiments happening lately that I'm finding very beautiful, absolutely out of this world results. So yeah, it would be interesting. I'd love to link up. What were you going to say, Buffy?
I just said this is beautiful. I love this. You know, it's just I'm just in a place of awareness right now, and it's just yeah.
Awesome. Soak it up.
So
Yeah,
great.
Absolutely.
I'm back, by the way.
Okay, there we go. Bang, bang.
Yeah, bang.
Yes.
If you ever see, yeah, if it ever like glitches, just like anybody else, just like run with keep rolling with it. Yeah, you guys got it. Yeah. Captains amongst captains. So
captains amongst captains. Yes, but
that's right.
I'll pass it back off to you. Those were my intentions. Just to keep building in my area, keep pushing through the lessons that are given to me and the situations that I'm being presented, and to just use everything to continue to transcend this reality and hack the matrix. And
hack the matrix. Awesome, man.
This matrix.
Well, dude, Kyle, thanks. This matrix, right? Kyle, thanks again, man, for rocking it. I'm trying to think of how long you've been involved with the project now, but it's probably getting close to maybe a year-ish. Maybe we'll have to have a special party for you when we do.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But yeah, dude, I just want to give you like huge props because like since you've been involved, you've like really been involved, and again, like from my perspective and for other people's perspective, it's been really cool to see like your ongoing spiritual journey unfolding. I remember back in the day when you like didn't have any hair. Like that seems like it was ages ago now, and now look at you.
I know, right? That's when I was like,
you're a whole different Viking. So
yes, 100%. An entirely new Viking, a stronger Viking.
That's right, man. That's right. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of us probably have like past lives or parallel lives as like Vikings somewhere. So definitely. Cool. Okay. Kyle, thank you. And thank you for setting those intentions. And thanks for Ryan for jumping in there with the glitches and stuff like that. Not a problem. Okay, guys, what I want to be actually able to do just before we jump into more of like the broadcasts with like the team introductions and stuff, we're getting at about 12:36 right now. I want to be able to share the video of Jamie that Jamie did just rather than saving it right till the end. And we're just going to give a second here to make sure that things are working properly. And I'm going to do a screen share so that you guys will be able to see this through YouTube. And then I'm going to play the audio through my speakers. And then that should work. But again, if you guys want to find the link for this, go to facebook.com/Paradigm Shift Central on Facebook. And we actually have like a version of this that we have going through Facebook right now, which is currently at, as I just kind of scroll down here real quick, is currently at 302 views right now. So just as a preface for this, a big part of this project, of the Paradigm Shift Central project, the best way to sort of like comprehend and make sense of more what it is we're doing is to really think about this project as almost like being a digital broadcast station. And to, in that sense, be able to be like a digital creative house, a digital co-op studio. And in that sense, like we're inviting and encouraging people to create their media, to create videos. And then in this day and age, it can be really challenging for someone to like create a video and then to like build a YouTube audience and then to like get their message out there. It can take time, and it's something that like some people, it in some ways it can actually like prevent them from like fully jumping into that opportunity of making videos in the first place. Whereas like we here at Paradigm Shift, we want to create a platform that helps elevate people's content, even if it may be their very first video. And so that's exactly what we've done here with Jamie. And this was something that like I didn't know that she was working on this. She just literally like sent it to me a few days ago or yesterday. And yeah, I was just like super happy with it. And basically Jamie has actually been a friend through the Paradigm Shift Central project for quite a few years now. And she also is someone who I met at the Lucidity Festival a couple of years back. And yeah, I know like she's really been touched by the Paradigm Shift Central project, by all of us involved. And so it's really cool for me to be able to see her get to the point where like she's making this video. And again, like all of us, you know, like we all go through our ups and downs. So again, it's really cool to have like seen Jamie go through that transformation, and now to have a point where like she's sharing her voice, and I know her voice is going to be able to inspire more people's voice. And in particular, as I'm about to play this, what this is literally just like, and I'm just giving preface for people listening to the audio version, is like her speaking, and then it's obviously something that she like wrote out ahead of time. It's almost like a little poem, and then there's like B-roll footage, secondary footage of like kind of time lapses of the night sky with the galaxy involved, which is actually like royalty-free video footage that she's like got access to. And so like this is again something that I want to be able to share with you guys, to invite anybody else to just start getting the gears rolling on other ways of them making videos, of you guys being able to make videos. And so this video is literally only just over a minute long. And so in terms of Facebook, what we do, she uploaded it to YouTube. And then what we do is we repackage it to Facebook. And then our intention, as I'm going to get to in a minute, is to try to share it through as many through different platforms, to be able to help her, to help the team reach a wider audience. And then as that video goes out, it also links people back to the facebook.com/Paradigm Shift Central page, which in turn builds the audience for the entire community. So again, it goes back to the idea that as the water rises, so does every ship. So without further ado, I'm just going to switch this over into screen share mode. And then I'm going to set up this audio for us real quick. And then I'm going to play this for you guys. So here we go. So you guys are going to see this for those of you watching. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm just unplugging my headphones, and I'm going to turn up my volume. And I'm going to turn my microphone around. So this is only a 1 minute thing. And the audio may not be the best, but it'll be whatever it can. So here we go. And again, this is by Jamie Lynn, aka Cosmic Dragon on YouTube.
Integrate yourself. Ground yourself into the present moment. Be aware that your consciousness experiencing itself. This is just a dream. Be lucid. Control the dream. You can do anything. You can be anything. Break free of the chains of the ego, of the mind, and realize the limitless potential that you are, and the capability you have to manifest anything into your reality. Realize this is only temporary. This life, these experiences won't last forever. Everything arises and then passes away. Nothing is permanent, so enjoy every moment while you still can. Emotions are fleeting. Don't cling to them. Let them flow freely, and accept what arises. To see the light, you must embrace the shadow. This reality is entirely up to you to create. So create magic. Be magic. Unleash the powerful, loving energy from inside your heart and out into the world for others to see and feel. You are a beacon of light.
Okay, so there we go, guys. So just turn stuff around here. So that was the video that Jamie put together. I think it's okay. Okay, there we go. You guys can still hear me. Yep. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so again, that was the video that Jamie made there. I know the audio may not have been super best quality on that, but yeah, would you guys a little feedback? I just want to open up the microphones. What'd you guys think of that video?
She has the most talent. Voice. Very black. And I thought she did a really beautiful job with that.
Yeah. Again, like that's what really, like, for me, yeah, like her voice, the way she uses her voice, like, again, it's just like excellent use of the throat chakra. And I think like that is like, for when I watched that video, when I watched it like a couple times, like I sort of got like the tingling sensations up the spine, the energy activation sensations.
Really good energy.
Yeah. So again, huge shout out to Jamie for doing that. And then, so what I want to be able to just like put our attention on is to be able to invite you guys to help share this video with more people through the Facebook platform. So if you go to facebook.com/Paradigm Shift Central and scroll down a little bit, or even just go into the videos, you will see it. I am going to post a link right now into the live chats for you guys as well. But what I want to actually be able to do with this broadcast and other broadcasts is actually use the time in our broadcast to actively like send things out through social media to collectively fire the laser. So again, that's kind of like where like the Paradigm Shift Central project, you can almost think of it as like the Death Star, but it's like the Life Star, and we're like firing lasers out into the internet sort of thing. And so like that is kind of what I want to be able to invite you guys to do, is to help me, help us, help all of us, help Jamie in sharing that video. And then through there, it gets the message out, and it also links people back into her YouTube channel, and it also continues to add more inspiration. It motivates her. And she's actually just messaging me on Facebook right now. So like she's watching this right now, guys. And she's just saying thank you. And yeah, like much love to the whole team from her as well. And yeah, so using her video as an example, I just want to be able to like help direct us on being able to share that through the social media. So just as a little bit of overview in terms of like how the social media kind of works in this sense. This is usually the way how things go through the process. It's kind of like a conveyor belt line. Anyways, so there's a creation process, and then eventually what someone's going to do is they're going to upload it to YouTube. We want you guys to be able to upload it to YouTube because we want you guys to be able to have your own channels. Don't just upload something to Facebook. That's kind of playing into Facebook's game, because ideally Facebook doesn't want you to upload to YouTube. They want to keep everything on Facebook, but you should upload it to YouTube. And then, so what actually happens is that I'm just debating whether or not to get into screen share right now. But what I'll just explain this real quickly. So what actually happens is, in this case, like Jamie uploaded her video to YouTube, and then she used the YouTube version to create a quest journal on the main website. Creating a quest journal for any of the media content that we have is important, because that helps archive it in a much better way than what Facebook will ever do. Whenever you post something up on Facebook, it's like there, but like as soon as it kind of like goes through the routine of being seen, it's almost like hard to find again, and people like don't really stumble upon things unless they're actively being shared. Whereas through the main website, it's set up more as like an archive, and then as people visit the main website, people are also going to be seeing the quest journals, and in particular the most recent quest journals. So if someone just goes to the main website opposed to going through the Facebook, they're going to see Jamie's video there, and opposed to like not seeing it there because we just uploaded it to Facebook. And then what we're also doing is that I download the video off YouTube, and then I re-upload it to Facebook, and I sometimes will put the bars on the bottom and the top with like additional text to explain a little bit more what the video is and to like help it go viral. You guys usually see this on Facebook. You'll see like the video, and then you'll see text on top and bottom. In this one, I put on the top, I said, "Control the dream, you can do anything." So that's like what she says at some point in the video. So again, and then within the information of the video, it's linked into her profile, and it links people into her YouTube channel as well. Even though in terms of how people usually use Facebook, it's hard to say exactly how many people will end up subscribing to the YouTube channel through the Facebook, but okay, so I can actually see the numbers here, because Jamie has actually got 3 new subscribers to her YouTube since the time that we posted this on the Facebook. So there's 300 views on Facebook and then 3 new subscribes. So it still does make a difference. And again, just as an overview, the Facebook views aren't actually accurate. That's like an inflated number. And again, it makes sense as to why Facebook does this. They want to inflate that number so that it makes you feel like your video is like being seen by even more people than it is. So then it becomes like an easy choice. And they almost sucker us into this, you know, like it's almost like we have to upload things to Facebook, because if you just post a YouTube link through Facebook, it like doesn't have the same algorithm, and it hardly goes anywhere unless you're using a boost promotion or linking it as a link into an uploaded image of some sort. And that's like kind of another media tactic. So again, 317 views is where Jamie is at now. And that the views in that case usually means it's been like auto played 317 times in addition to actually being watched. So like that's kind of more what it means. It means it's like showed up in 317 feeds at some point. Whether or not people have actually watched it, we don't really know. But those numbers are part of the game. And that's kind of what I want you guys to like sort of think about that. Like that is kind of like our score system. Our score system is to be able to use those numbers as a gauge for our progress in the game objectives. And in this case, amongst the many objectives, our single focus objective in this is to help get this video out to more people. And so again, this can be either Jamie's video, or this can be a video that any of you guys are uploading in the future as well. So I just wanted to be able to share that with you guys, and again, invite you guys to help share Jamie's video. Again, like it's kind of hard for me to direct people to it from to the Facebook link, but if you go to the main Paradigm Shift Central website and under questionnaires, you can see it called "You Are Beacon of Light." But I will post a link to the immediate Facebook video, anyways, for people to be able to share that. And if not right now, share it again at some point tomorrow. And what I also want to be able to do is share with you guys a list of Facebook groups that you can also post in as well. And I'll just post that in the chats for this Hangout, and I'll post in the YouTubes. So this is just like a list of Facebook groups that you guys can join, that are some of like the bigger conscious community groups that people can like sync up and connect with. And actually I can't post it really into the YouTube because it's like too long and stuff. But again, guys, like with the social media, I do want to be able to use like the project funds to specifically boost certain videos over periods of time. And it is something that does manually take time. So like it's something where when we upload a video and we're trying to get it to go viral, what I do on the back end is like I will like put in like a set amount of time, or however much amount of time, to be able to like manually help deliver that video. And it really is a manual process. And this is why I want to be able to like invite you guys to help with it and to get into the habit of it. And the habit of it is really the important thing. So like whenever you guys see a new video go up through the Paradigm Shift Central Facebook page, please take the time to share that, and even share it in a couple groups, because again, that's not only helping the individual artist, but it is helping the entire team by helping build the collective audience. So this is the last thing I'll just say in here, and then if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask, or any other points in brainstorming you guys want to talk about while just hitting on the social media aspect. But again, like rather than a person having to depend on the subscriber base for their own YouTube, through collectively building the Facebook page, we are building the audience for everyone in that sense. So it's really, 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 really cool. And then again, that's why we want to encourage people to create content, because their content is in many ways also a portal to be able to invite people back to this project. So Jamie's video has the very real possibility to A, inspire people, to B, sync them up with her YouTube channel and her Facebook profile, and to C, among many letters, to also be able to invite them back to the Paradigm Shift Central website, and lo and behold, back to these broadcasts back to getting involved with the team on a more like one of the multiple levels of this game, and potentially even going as far as creating a paradigm shift community where they are, or even again making their own videos and as such and so forth. So that's really what I want to be able to focus on more in the future with you guys, is like creating intentional conscious media and being able to explore different ways of sharing that and getting it out there to a bigger audience. So like right now, there's some Facebook pages that have like millions of, you know, likes, and they post a video and right away, like millions of people see it. We're not at that stage, but that's okay, because it still gives us a chance to like really like see how far we can go with things. So again, I just want to be able to remind you guys and invite you guys as to that being a really, really core aspect of the project. And just for people directly involved with the team who are group members, keep an eye on the Slack chat. Again, the Slack chat is like a separate chat specifically just for the team. And through the Slack chat, there is actually a separate channel called Social Media Tactics. Keep an eye on that channel, because that is where I'll post, and anybody else can post, links for new videos that we are currently in the process of sharing as well. So again, if you guys are looking to get involved with the Slack chat, go to the main website, and under the menu, there's the link for the team Slack chat. And you have to be a member of the Paradigm Shift Central website to sign up for that, but it's free to sign up for the website. So it's just kind of sort of keeping it as a little bit of a filter on it as well, opposed to being a total public chat. But Slack is also good because there's the mobile version of it, and there's also like the desktop version. And yeah, the other thing I'll just mention real quick, and we'll hit upon this another time, not in this broadcast. We're going to start implementing the Discord chat, which again is like a 24/7 voice chat, which will be linking through the Slack so that people through the Slack will know who's in the voice chat. And then we're going to get more into the habit of kind of doing what we're doing here, talking to each other, but on a 24/7 channel where we can kind of hop in and you guys can kind of get into the habit of casually talking, and also using that opportunity to communicate, to collaborate on projects. So there's going to be sort of work time periods in the future that we're going to specifically schedule off, where we won't necessarily be broadcasting live, but we'll be talking to each other and working on projects at the same time. So anyways, that's just really wanted to say with you guys. I just wanted to get that information across to you to deliver it to you. But I just want to open it up to any questions or ideas or brainstorming that you guys might have related to that topic, or just related to even techniques for getting social media content out there. So if anybody has any feedback on that at all, please feel free to jump in. Roman or Kyle, and maybe
I was gonna say, I wish there were more outlets, social media wise. Like, there's a lot of subnets, like kind of like off the grid social networks, like weird kind of old schooly style.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Reddit and stuff too. Like
Reddit.
I use Reddit. Yeah.
There's like Meet Me, but that's kind of a really weird site. I mean, I thought about using it to hack the Matrix, and I don't really know. It's kind of just everyone on there is kind of like single track mindset, so it was hard to like hack out there, but.
Yeah, like right now we know that Facebook because Facebook has designed it this way, that Facebook is sort of forcing us to only use their platform. But the good news is that we know that we can play that game. We know that we can succeed through using Facebook to get a video out there. At this point, Facebook is the immediate platform that everybody's playing on. So like we can play into that. But yeah, like there's other tactics in terms of like getting it outside of Facebook, which again, I think is, you know, more the nitty gritty details. But again, like with the sharing of social media.
How does Instagram work? How does Instagram work with YouTube videos? Do they do the same thing? Do they want to use their platform too?
That's a thing in itself, because Instagram profiles only allow one link at a time, and it's a very sort of tedious thing. So it's not really super effective, but it can be used to help like notify people of like specific videos every now and then. But again, depending on your channel, like if you have an Instagram channel that has like thousands and thousands already, then it can like super be used for a message to get out. But yeah, like with the social media thing, like that's the thing, guys. It's a very manual process at this point, unfortunately, to a degree. But yeah, like that's just kind of the way the internet works these days. It's that it literally, it's not just like, oh, here's a video, let's press one button and hope it goes viral. Like, no, to make it go viral, you have to like strategically share it. And just a couple other quick tips, and then I'm going to pass it over to Roman. When it comes to videos, and you'll be seeing this in the future because there's a lot of videos that we already have like in the catalog, and again, more videos you guys will be creating. Some of the simple techniques is, again, like, and I've seen videos go viral this way, is like literally you upload it to your page and then you manually have to share it in at least like a bunch of these groups. So we got like a list of like 30 Facebook groups that are all kind of like the spiritual communities. So they're kind of that niche that we're aiming for. And then like you manually share it into each of those groups. But the trick is it also when you share those. For example, first thing in the morning is a great time to be able to share across the board in those groups, because that may be the time in the day where people are just kind of like not even fully watching something, but they'll just like see something really quick and then just share it, like just be like, oh, that was cool, and then just kind of like share it, and then they'll go to work and then they won't be active until later in the afternoon. So they're almost like looking for that one thing to share first thing in the morning. So again, you know, like in terms of like what makes media viral-esque is something that, you know, we can totally talk about. But essentially, I would focus on like creating content that educates, inspires, and entertains. And also, you know, if you can like pull on the heartstrings and things like that. And that's where like the free hugs videos, we've seen our videos reach a decent amount of people, but there is more chance for them to reach even more people as well. So yeah, it's just going to be an ongoing discussion. But as a part of the game, I just really want to be able to like invite you guys to be more involved with that social media tactics aspect of it. And that is going to be like a full circle thing. Like that's equally as important as going out there and doing free hugs, because like that's like a connection that we're making with people through the internet in that sense. Yeah, so Ryan's just kind of talking, and Roman, I'll pass it to you in a second. He's just saying, I have a few interesting thoughts on Facebook groups and would like to see what you guys think. Ryan or Roman, did you want to, you had something to say? Roman, go ahead. If you still got.
How's my audio level?
It's actually higher, but I'm just going to bring it down a bit. Go ahead though.
Yeah, I don't know when that started happening. It's weird. I was just going to talk about social media strategies. Yeah,
Okay.
I think you fully understand when it comes to what to post at which specific times. That, and I've seen lately, I don't know if it has to do with some in-art conspiracy, but when people are talking about politics, usually the one that's going on here in the United States, it gets a lot of traction. And I've seen this 3 times as an example, where their likes and shares and all their comments just kind of skyrocketed a little bit just because they brought up that subject. So I'm not saying we should do that, but I'm saying like what you just said, where you tug on the heartstrings, where you get something that gets people really, really triggered, I guess, or riled up. Because I know our stuff is already thought-provoking on its own, and it is to certain people. But just thinking of that kind of emotional tactic. I mean, I don't want us to become manipulators by any chance, but we can obviously, like you said, just use certain things to our advantage. Because, I mean, if war is going to be strategic, why not? You know, the quest for light, as it's put. And as for Reddit is very 4chan-ish. There's everything there is just like subject discussion. Like there's no clear like page you go to. It's a very strange way that website works, but I can say it's very 4chan-ish, to where I don't think we could develop a medium there. It's good for like side discussion, but you don't very much become popular on Reddit. All that happens is just people talk about it. I mean, you could try it, but it could just be whisked away under the probably millions of what they call subreddits, which is just subjects on certain things that are on there. And just to let you know, whenever we get back around to team building intros, mine's relatively short, so if we want to get that over with, you can just go ahead and, yeah.
Did you want to just say who you are, where you're from, Roman, and then we'll pass it over to Ryan?
Is that cool with you, Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan's okay with that.
Okay. I am Roman. I just do the educational side of the paradigm shift. I like to discover knowledge, follow it through, and deliver it to others in service of truth because of the debilitated state we find ourselves as individuals and the whole world in. I've written some insightful article quest journals pertaining to psychology and understanding self and self-knowledge, which is the key we have that we need to use to unlock our true selves. And those articles can be found on the Paradigm Shift Central website. I, for the community, run the Paradigm Shift Authanium Facebook page, which Authanium is just a older word originating from Greek. It's synonymous with library, but in a more ethereal sense. It's still growing, and if you would like to see daily pictures, quotes, links, videos to such a profound, expansive scope of knowledge, then go ahead and hit that like button at Paradigm Shift /Paradigm Shift Akashic. Facebook.com/Paradigm Shift Akashic. Also, just to check the pin post at the top, very top of the page for points of reference to really learn more. I'm currently working to learn more, and as young as I am to be involved partially to this project, I have some books to read and things to post, but I will say I'm pretty knowledgeable and unique thus far, and I'm appreciative of any attention, questions, and discussions that come my way. It's a war of information and a battle for truth, and I hope to assist in that discernment.
Awesome, man. Sweet. Yeah, that's good. And just hitting upon like you're one of the youngest members within the Paradigm Shift community who's like quite active. Are you 18 yet?
No.
Yeah, you're still 17 then?
Mm-hmm.
Cool, man. Cool. Well, you're wiser than most 17-year-olds, but I think that's a good sign because I'm sure there's a lot of 17-year-olds who are equally starting to get into this stuff too. So you can be that good bridge between like, yeah. Sweet, man. Yes. Okay, cool. And again, like something that we can kind of touch upon on the side is that like we're not always just interested in creating videos. We're also interested in creating articles, and we're interested in creating the quest journals, and that is stuff that we'll talk more about as we go down the road, guys. But again, like that's something where as much as we can share video, we're going to be sharing article links through the main central like Facebook page, and we're going to be getting more into that, and we're even going to be resharing some older articles. So even articles posted like months ago, we're going to be resharing those. We're going to sort of be going through those, and again, really keep an eye on the Slack chat, because like that's where like we're really going to be like saying like, okay, let's all share this right now, or let's all share this tomorrow at 9 a.m. sort of thing, and we'll sort of strategize. Yeah, just a quick note, I'm going to pass it to Ryan. I am in the process of like tailoring the main website and such to make it like more kind of like user friendly, because a big thing that's happening right now is that we've sent out a lot of shifter booster kits to you guys. So there's like thousands of shift buttons that are going out. And what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to like have that website like really like ready to use for new people who are landing upon it for the first time, especially people who are getting the shift buttons for the first time. So stay tuned, because in the coming weeks, I'm going to be doing some more back end work and like new landing pages, new main menus, and new media feeds as well, to just trying to optimize it as best as we can with the technology that we got. And some people who are familiar with web end back stuff, you guys can feel free to message me, and we'll talk about that on the side later. But yeah, let's pass it over to Ryan. You want to talk about some strategies related to Facebook groups and social media?
Yes. And real quick, what was that? So that's slackchat.com, or?
The Slack is the thing that I sent you an invite for. So it should be in your email inbox. When I asked, or no, did I not add that yet? Because you sent me your email, or you posted your email in the chat. Okay, so I'm gonna send you an invite to the Slack, and then you'll specifically get an email, and it says like download this, and then it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, we'll sync that up.
Awesome. So yeah, as far as Facebook groups go, I had just kind of a couple thoughts, and kind of want to help. I think we all could really benefit from a good discussion on this particular thing. So when I started building my particular group, I found that in the beginning, let's say when we hit, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 members, it was a very beautiful thing. There was a lot of activity going on. Anybody who posted something, there was several comments, multiple likes, and everyone's posting good content no matter what, for the most part, right? and because we keep our page pretty clean. But so what I found though, as these pages grow and grow and grow, it seems to be a lot of people trying to get in there to basically advertise, you know. And so what is partially frustrating me about my particular group is that when people are posting amazing content that they obviously sat down and had the time to write out, and it is a beautiful, mindful thought that, you know, there's a couple likes and people just move on. So it's like all these posts just keep coming in and push everything down. And so I've been trying to really, really bump heads with a lot of people. And I'm so glad that we're on this topic right now, because what is a great way to make a different kind of Facebook group, an interactive one, something that when you're at work, something's tickling your back of the head that calls you to that page, and where people are actually interacting. And you know, it seems like it's a competition of who could post the most stuff, when really it should be like a coming together of sort, where we're all someone brings up a point and then there's counterpoints and people really get into it like that. And it seems the larger these groups grow, the less that happens, and that bothers me. So what do you guys think about, you know, whether coming up with a great idea to keep people constantly interacting, or what's a way to really get these groups intermingling like they were meant to be originally?
Yeah, I think that's a really good topic and a really good point, because you're right. Like I've seen that in a lot of groups, and it's kind of just like the unfortunate sort of like the way how things weigh out, in terms of like the more popular you get, the less control you maintain. And like that's kind of again, like that's kind of like in some groups, like, yeah, like it, just as an example, you know, like I've seen like Prince EA. A lot of people know Prince EA. He's very well known YouTuber. He's done a lot of like amazing videos, becoming very, very popular, right? For example, it's next to impossible for him to engage in a Facebook live chat with people on his page, because the rate of the messages is too insane. Like, whereas like if I do like a live chat, I can actually have a conversation with people. Like he's actually like almost lost that ability, because he's become so popular that it's hard for him to like engage with people on a one-to-one level sort of thing.
Quality and overall purpose tremendously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so again, like it's this toss up, like he's getting a message out there, and he's getting it out to like thousands of people in a second, which is super, super powerful. And so again, like even it's kind of interesting, because like where paradigm shift sort of fits into in terms of some groups and everything, like whereas what I have been putting my focus on is really not really focusing too much on the Facebook group. We do have a Paradigm Shift Central discussion group, but the reason why I don't honestly put too much like focus on it is because it's not dependable. It's not dependable for notifications, and like it's just kind of like a secondary thing. Like that is unfortunately the way Facebook works, and that's with groups and pages. Like I don't always get notifications when people post in groups as much as I would like to, and the same with the pages. So like we can't really depend on the pages to be having like always good conversation there. Like sometimes it's just kind of like, oh, here's something cool, throw it in there. Sometimes people comment. Like as much as again, like my main profile has almost like I use my main profile as like my discussion center for the community. I can't, if I post on the Paradigm Shift Central Facebook page, no one comments there. If I post in the group, maybe some people comment there. If I post on my profile, that's the only place where I know the most people will see it, yet it's not always getting everyone involved with the conversation. So it's kind of like the secondary thing. But to answer, just kind of like getting into what I want to say, is that for me, that is part of the reason why I choose to have our focus on a routine schedule of meetings like this. Which is like really where I feel the substance comes out of it. Because again, like sometimes you go in a Facebook group and there might be some really good chats, but are people going to remember that? Are people going to remember that in a week sort of thing? Whereas like with this, it's a face-to-face, heart-to-heart interaction. And I feel like that's where we really get to know each other. And it's kind of like this idea of, and I've said this before, like popularity and success are two different things. A group may be very, very popular, but is it successful at building a team? You know, like there's thousands and thousands of people in a group, but how many of them actually know each other? Whereas like with us, we have a smaller circle, which gives us the privilege to actually build this focused core team. And then out of that, there's sort of like another ring of like audience. And then out of that, you know, there's kind of people who may be like coming and going and stuff like that. So, I mean, for me, like that is part of the reason why the main website is designed and it is, because the main website, the focus on the quest journals is that since it takes a little bit more extra effort to post a quest journal, the intention behind that is to make each quest journal more intentional. To instead of just like on the main Paradigm Shift Central website, like it's meant to be your content, your creation. It's not somewhere where you just say, here's a cool YouTube video and you just post it up and don't think about it. It's like take the time to write something and put some intention into that, and like it's kind of like that quality over quantity kind of thing. But yeah, like to go back to your answer, Ryan, like unfortunately, as much as it is, like the Facebook groups don't really work. Like there's a lot of things that are kind of like unfortunately broken with them, and that's like Facebook's design, because they want you to like boost things or I don't. It's unfortunate that the groups are broken in the way they were. There was a time when we first started Paradigm Shift when the Facebook pages and groups were actually one thing. And on the pages, other people could post on the pages. And that is like what I wish it stayed as, because that was like back in the day when the Paradigm Shift London community Facebook page, like literally other people would post their cool videos and people would see them easily and you would always get notifications. And then over time, it's just like what the hell is the point of the Facebook page? So again, right now, like the Facebook page is like, you have to post there by routine. It sucks as an archive, yet some people will still use it. So you might as well post it, but it's really more of like that launch pad for featured videos and to like bring in, it's kind of like a portal to bring people into the other content, which would be, you know, things like these broadcasts and such. But yeah, Ryan, I'll pass back to you.
Yeah, that's I wrote down one of the things you said there, I wrote it in my own fashion, of course, using the OGs from the group to create your team. You know, and that's a good idea. That's something I have definitely been kicking around, and that's a very interesting thing. And like you said, from the beginning, like when we had, you know, 5,000 or so, it was a beautiful community. Everybody knew everybody. We were all there for each other. Everybody's post had somebody else's comment on it and support and love. But now it's at a point where it's a little out of hand, technically. And I found it much less effective now since it has gotten less personal. So that's something I've really been struggling with. So now it's pretty much just a strict platform that, you know, I hope people realize that I'm posting in certain times, and, you know, that's when they check it out. I try to bump my stuff a little bit here and there, you know, but I wish there was a way that we could take these groups once they get bigger and either weave something into it that's creative and different, that keeps people engaged and commenting. And that's the thing I've been really struggling with. What can I do? What kind of even game can I present? Or even maybe like a raffle system of some sort to keep people engaging. And then, you know, through the raffle or maybe some kind of cool giveaway, let's say, they stay engaged, and then they realize, oh, wow, this engaged thing is much better than I thought. And it was just the raffle that got them into it. But then once you're into it, you feel the love and you see the power of it. And so I'm really trying to focus on something like that, other than it just being some blast board for the spiritual world, you know?
Yeah. Another thing, I heard a ding. Was that your popcorn or something like that?
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Okay. If you could take care of whatever you need to take care of, but I'll just keep talking if you can still hear. What I was going to suggest, Ryan, for you personally, and for anybody else who's relative to a scenario like this, the live broadcast, I feel, are a really powerful thing, because like that is going to give people a chance to like have that personal connection and really focus on using the live broadcast to provide a service to people. So something that I use my live broadcast to do Q&As. And I think that is like when people, instead of just being like, oh, here's a live broadcast, let's just hang out and you just get to listen to me talk. It's just like, no, like, let me provide a service for you. And you guys can ask me questions and you guys can do anything, and not even just like, you know, like invite them to engage within the comments so that they're talking and stuff. And then the next step in this is to create a routine and a schedule and consistency, because it's not going to be something where you just do one live broadcast and that solves everything. It's going to be something where you have to do like a repetition, and people start to get into the habit and they start to recognize your face and they start to develop a relationship. And then through there, you know, even though these live broadcasts may be casual and they may not always be like logged properly, and some people might not see them, but through there, you know, like you're going to start like inviting people to connect to your profile personally. And then through there, you're going to start like you almost want to like create like a new portal to start inviting people through for the first time, to figure out like, okay, who's still paying attention kind of thing. Like let's not, it is kind of starting fresh, but it's kind of like a new spiral level, which is literally like what we have done through Paradigm Shift like multiple times. In particular, like since we created the new website, which again, it was only like a little bit over a year ago, and now we have like 400 people who have signed up for that part of the website. And now again, like we've kind of like now out of that, we're kind of like doing that again with the Slack, and then it's just see like, okay, who's still paying attention? If they are, sign up for the Slack. And then right now, like we've only got about 20 people who have signed up for the Slack, yet even still, I know that there's like, according to the like analytics and everything like that, and through like the recordings and stuff, that there's well over like 500 people who will listen to this broadcast. And I think that's always like what you're going to see in terms of percentages of communities. You're always going to get a majority is going to be the spectators, is going to be the viewers, and then a small fraction is going to be like those who are participating on a more direct level. And so I mean, for me, like I've always honored that, I've always appreciated that, I've always respected that, but I've always really been interested in like inviting people to participate. You know, like that is kind of like what I feel is successful with this, is that it's an open door and people come in and they can really get right involved. They don't have to feel like, oh, like, you know, like, do I have to prove myself to fit in, or do I have to like be cool enough for this club, or, you know, cool kid club or something like that. So really like, again, you know, like having that open platform and inviting people in, and then as a leader, and again, like this sort of applies like relative to like creating paradigm shift communities in general, like it really just kind of like holding space as a facilitator. So again, like kind of even as what I am doing here, you know, like I've sort of set some rules, I've set some guidelines to say, okay guys, like I'm going to do introductions, I'm going to let you know like who's talking next kind of thing. And that's creating a system that allows like all of us to kind of communicate back and forth a little bit better, opposed to just like, because Ryan, what I think you could do is, you know, do some live broadcasts and then create a Google Hangout and then like invite people in. So you might have 400 people do a Google Hangout, yet maybe only like 8 people might join, or 400 people might watch the live broadcast on Facebook, yet only 8 people are going to join the Hangout. That's cool though, because those 8 people, that's who you're looking for, right? And then that's going to develop your relationship and continue to grow. And again, so like as a leader, facilitating is going to be really important, because like, and then again, this does apply to creating paradigm shift communities, because instead of just like having everybody in and just be like, all right, let's just like talk about everything and everybody go crazy, you know, like half an hour later, people are talking over themselves, and next thing you know, like you have people like debating, and then you're just like, guys, like, oh God, like what do we do, right? So it's just like keep in control, yet in like an intentful, heartfelt way. And I think a key thing in that, and I'll just say this, I'll pass it back to you, is like really making your intention clear. Why are you having these chats? Why are you bringing people together? And so, I mean, literally, you know, like in ours, it's like to build team and to encourage open-minded discussion meditation, yet also relative to the bigger project to like focus on shifting consciousness and creating media and all that stuff. And within the paradigm shift communities, within the open-minded discussion meditation circles, it's really that, to like practice talking about things. So, I mean, if anything, like that could be a good way for you to kind of emulate what we're doing within your community, is invite people into a circle discussion and literally just call it open-minded discussion and meditation if you want. But having that title as just open-minded discussion is really good. Or, I mean, again, get more specific and tailor it to your niche community and say, you know, like talking about plant medicines or something like that, because I'm sure that will attract people too. But yeah, passing it back to you. I think that probably gets some ideas rolling and stuff like that. So
yeah, no, that's great. I mean, that's some awesome ideas, and puts it in like a different perspective for me. So that's pretty cool, and I love what you guys are doing as well. So it's great, man. That's what it takes, is a bunch of us like-minded people to get together and work together because the ultimate, what we really want is this shift, man. We want this. We want people to recognize that there's a better way of living out there. There's a truly better way. We don't have to follow what society has led and set up for us. We don't have to. And whatever that takes to come together and share that, then we're just going to be that much better for everybody. As far as the Facebook thing goes, yeah, I think I'm pretty good. I think that's a good idea. And I like to occasionally put out some surveys as well, just like you said, more or less to see who's still paying attention, who's there, who's around, who's engaging, and what to do with those people right now. I'm not quite sure, but that's okay too, because I'm following the path that's led for me, and those names and those people that I know, you know, I always give shout outs to those people. Even in fact, last night I did the same thing. Thank you for everybody who's been sticking through when I'm quiet, when I'm not, this and that. And there's those people that are always there. So, you know, if any of those people are watching, I appreciate you all. And if we just stick together, I think we can come up with something great. So thanks, man. I appreciate your thoughts on that.
cool, man. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. And likewise, thank you too, man. It's cool. Like, because I mean, we didn't really know each other until this broadcast. So, I mean, it's cool to like, again, talk to other people who are working towards that similar objective of building community and everything. I'll just say a couple more points on this, and then we'll probably bounce around to some more topics and wrap this broadcast up in the next like 5 hours or something. Maybe we'll see. Marathon broadcast. Facebook or YouTube cuts us off as 5 hours anyway, so don't worry. What I was just gonna say is that yeah, like even in some way, you know, like what you can kind of be doing is like you're creating like a quote unquote like support group without actually calling it a support group kind of thing. Like you're just kind of like it's one of those things where, and this is like this is bigger. This is bigger than what we're just talking about. It's that idea of showing opposed to telling. Usually when you're creating media, when you're trying to get a message out, like with me, like doing like free hugs. Instead of making a video where it's just like, this is how you do free hugs, here's all the little details, instead of telling people how to do free hugs, I can just show them, and then they can kind of figure it out for themselves, you know, kind of thing. So I mean, in that sense, you're kind of like you're kind of showing people what you kind of like want them to get engaged with, and that could just be the open-minded discussion. Another thing that you can do, and again, like this is kind of like what we're doing, is bring in this implementation of gamification, which again is like what I think a lot of people are kind of like looking for without even knowing that they're looking for, you know, in a day and age where like everyone's grown up playing video games, they like the idea of like quests and adventures and rewards and unlocks and achievements and things like that. That in itself, I feel if it's something that you can sort of work into what you're doing in some way or another, even if, like you said, it's kind of like little raffles and stuff, like it could literally be like kind of a thing of just like, you know, opposed to just saying like guess a number between 1 and 100. If you could find like a specific question that like sort of generates a multiple possible answer and then invite them to guess on that or something like that, that's a little game in itself sort of thing. Or it could be like, you know, like write like a haiku or something like that. It could be like a little artsy game kind of thing. But yeah, like bringing in a gamification where it's kind of like a playful, like lightheartedness approach to still working towards completing an objective, I think is kind of what makes it fun. Because like that's really right. Like if we're just like let's do this. Some people are just going to be like, yeah, no, not really, not right now, I don't feel like it. But if we're just like, let's play a game. And then by the end of the game, they're just like, oh, look what we did, right? And then it's just like, oh, whoa, like that's cool, right? And kind of gets them on board and everything. So, I mean, like, in terms of the Paradigm Shift Central project, like that for me was like another stage in the evolution of it. Like I wasn't really aware of like, I didn't for me, I had to learn about the concept of gamification. That was something that I had to be presented to and learn about from other people. And then I was like, okay, how can I implement this into what we're doing? So the gamification of the Paradigm Shift Central project only came up within the last like 2 years and was integrated. And again, you know, the very simple way is like, how do you play the game? By like planting seeds, by building community, by evolving yourself, by creating media, by doing free hugs, by giving out shift buttons. Like there's many ways to play the game. The game in itself is shifting consciousness, which again is like, I think exactly what all of us are working towards. But yeah, Ryan, I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, just a quick thought and idea on that gamification that's really cool. And something I have been thinking about lately, trying to implement, is maybe when you make a video, let's say any kind of video, but there's like a hidden meaning in the background, and the people who can pick up what it is, even if it's something simple, like far in the background of your video, something happens, and you play this game with people every day. Watch this video and see if you can find the spot in it that does this, which keeps people engaged, but it also keeps them moving with the content. So that's amazing. The gamification thing, like you're saying, people want to level up and unlock things, and that's very true. And I never even looked at it in that perspective, in a sense. And so that's pretty creative and interesting. I'd really like to see what I could do with something like that, like as far as maybe a video or a hidden meeting or a hidden object in the background that is part of what you're speaking about and represents something bigger, you know. That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. I like that. I like the thought process of keeping people engaged with gamification kind of thing.
Yeah. And another thing that I'll mention, like in terms of creating conscious media, I'm just trying to check in the background. I think our YouTube broadcast might have froze for some reason or another, but I'm just going to keep talking anyways as we figure that out. Another thing, just as a general tactic, and this is something that I do want to focus on within the future of creating like more videos and everything, because like, oh my God, there's so many videos that I just want to be able to make and everything, is using humor, the power of humor, right? Like, you know, like sometimes if we're like talking about like some like pretty serious stuff, if we can implement humor into it, like that's a great way to be able to help get that message out there to a wider audience, to be able to help get it into a more mainstream crowd. So again, you know, like in terms of when we're like designing, you know, like content to intentionally go viral, I think sometimes like humor is one of the ways of brainstorming how we can do that.
Viral.
Right?
Humor is so built into viral. So yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just like, yeah, like the idea is like that's like something that, again, like through a little bit of brainstorming and stuff like that, like the potentials are there, and everything. But yeah. Humor is like there's I forget the guy. I knew it. But yeah, he basically, it was a quote, and he's like, if you're gonna tell people the truth, make them laugh, or they will kill you. Like it was like one of like those things, right? It's just like, oh shit. So it's just like, yeah, and I remember doing that even in presentations where I would like do like some serious presentation about shifting paradigms, and yet even in there I would like throw in a couple jokes, just kind of like remind them that we're not taking things too seriously. And that's kind of like where we, like, even in this, you know, we joke about that, and that's where, okay, meme creation, my buddy like made a meme, and it was about like, it was like when you shift your pants so hard, and it's like this guy like exploding into fractals and stuff like that. So yeah, examples. So I mean, that's what we talk about, you know, just like
I'd be willing to work in the meme department.
Yeah, meme department is part of the Slack channel under project, under the project collaboration. And just going back to something that we touched upon last week, again, on last week we talked about the launch of the forum within the main website. I'm willing to like keep that open and try and use it, but if it doesn't get used too much, I'm not going to take it too personally, again, because we don't get like internal notifications through the website as well as we could, just because of the platform that it uses, unfortunately. But through Slack we can still organize and work on meme creation. And again, like that's I'll pass it over to Roman in a second. That's where down the road in the future, and you know, like Ryan, anybody else can get involved with that. Like I want to have scheduled times of the weeks where it's literally just like brainstorming work period. And like I'll be here on my computer and we'll just kind of be talking. It may or may not be recorded in any way, but it'll just be like, all right, let's sit down for like a couple hours. Let's create some memes. Let's brainstorm some videos. Let's get some ideas rolling. And
that'd be totally awesome. And is Slack like a mobile app I could use?
Are you not
sign up for it?
You're not on Slack yet?
No, I am not.
Okay, yeah, because I think you weren't here for the last team building hangout, so you might have missed it. Yeah, Roman, just all you have to do is just send me your email address and I'll send you the invite. And again, for anybody looking to be involved with the Slack, just let me know. But if you go through the main website and you already have your profile, go to the menu up at the top and you'll see the link that says Team Slack Chat, and you can just click that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what?
No, that's cool. Go ahead.
What we're talking about earlier and now about the whole social networking thing is it has a lot to do with people's attention spans and actual engagement in things. And I think that's where we really kind of stand out, because there's so many pages like us, but how many pages are, I mean, you need like distinguishment amongst these many groups and pages. And I think we're very distinguished because we're all very social. We talk to each other and we're willing to go one-on-one, especially if someone's very curious to learn something, which is why I'm open for questions and discussions. So just one thing I really want to add is just the distinguishment we have with the way we engage, you know. And I think your personality is kind of perfect for that kind of engagement. So I think we're acing it there, and it'll grow soon enough as long as we're committed to it.
Yeah, like it will grow, guys. And again, like, believe me, from my perspective, it's been something I've like kind of like asked the universe about, you know, because like I put out like a lot of videos and stuff, and I'm like, dear universe, like why haven't I gone completely viral yet? Like, why hasn't that happened yet? You know, in some way, like, why is like our Facebook page is at 12,000 right now, which again it's a decent sized platform. But again, even the likes on the pages like don't even represent too much nowadays. But it's just kind of like one of those things where at the same time, it's just like if something that I did like went like super duper viral and suddenly I had like 20,000 new like people following me, like that would sort of like desaturate some of the engagement with the community in a way. Whereas like right now, like I appreciate the fact that like we're focusing on a core right here. We're focusing, and again, you know, like I really think of you guys, I really think of what we're doing as being sort of like this like special tactical team. And so that's where like some of the other communities, you know, like they're out there, they're doing things and everything like that. But like what we're kind of focusing, we're kind of like the special forces team and like the boots on the ground and like running like the special missions and just kind of like doing the things that not everyone is always doing, even though like not a lot of people may even know about us, kind of thing. But we're still making a difference and we're still making those ripples in a lot of ways. Like it's weird because like, you know, I've seen some like big Facebook pages and they're putting out a lot of information and they're putting out a lot of inspiration as well. Yet what I don't see from them in most cases is an actual sense of leadership or a sense of like a human face, or in some cases
no character to the page.
Yeah, like it's literally just a page. And in some cases what is unfortunate is like that lack of like call to action. And that is like where like, you know, I've watched back and I'm like, guys, like if you gave me like a page with 12 million likes on it for like one day, like do you even know what I would do? You know, I would just be like, all right, everyone, like get out there and do free hugs. Go. You know, it would just feel like this synchronized worldwide like free hug like storm kind of thing. But again, it's just like that's not the case right now. So it's like let's build up to it. Let's kind of like do this in a process. But what I honestly do see is as we start playing around with the social media, again, as we start playing this game, we are going to start creating content, and we're going to see this, and some of our content is like really going to pick up and it is going to go viral. Like there is like a systematic way to make things go viral. A, create good content, and B, share it as a team. And then like through there, like we will see the pages grow. And like, yeah, like there's a lot of really cool pages, and you know, like sometimes their popularity is like them like taking a clip from something else, repackaging it, putting some music on it, and like putting like their logo on the end. And that's their tactic. And to be honest, like that's like a whole thing in itself. I'm just like, is that morally ethical? Like to build an audience page, but at the same time, they're like getting out the inspiration and it's a powerful message, but it's like kind of like this, like, it's kind of a thing that some people can like debate depending on like whether there's like certain issues and stuff. But again, like with ours, sorry, what was that, Ryan?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was saying as long as you get the credit and like to where it's due, you know,
yes,
I suppose it's all right because you're repackaging it, bundle it, saying, hey, you know, I did this and it came from here, but look how I did it, and you're sharing the message even more. As long as you pay respect to the people who were before you, I think there's not much wrong with that.
Yeah, and that's where I lean towards it, is that like it's much more ethical when you're honoring the source and when you're crediting things and things like that. But again, like I've seen, and this is like a topic that we had like on the Facebook page, but I'll just say it to give some context, where there's like a friend of mine, and he was running his page, and you know, like he literally like uploaded a video from some YouTube channel that was like kind of discreet and stuff like that, and like he uploaded it, and then like it literally got like 1 million views. It went viral through his page. And then he was also selling t-shirts through his page. So essentially like all the views that he was getting through that video were linking back into his page, which were linking back into him selling t-shirts, which were enabling him to continue doing the project, which was continuing to enable him to do more support for the community and continuing to getting things out there. So you can see it's like it's you know, like all's well that ends well kind of thing, but it's a bad habit if you're trying to like literally like bootleg other people's content without like honoring the source in that sense, and like literally just doing it to like make a bunch of money or something like that. So you can see like where it can go morally wrong and ethically wrong, but there is a way to kind of like do it right in a sense. So I mean, like if that's something that we want to play with, we can, where we're like, you know, I would love, and literally it's just haven't had time for it yet, but I would love to give our version of like a repackaged like Alan Watts, Terrence McKenna montage video sort of thing, you know, and to like to play with that and to like use like B-roll footage and things like that, because like those videos again are as we've seen like formulatically, I don't know if that's a word, like well known for going viral and for getting and for catching those waves sort of thing. So yeah, like just and again, like with the Paradigm Shift Central project, what I feel sort of helps set it apart in some ways is the fact that like it's a diverse collection of an assortment of community created content, which I think is really cool, right? So it's like, this is a platform that's not just accessible to like the elite people behind the scenes. It's like, no, like this is a platform where we want to be able to help like anyone who might be making a video share their videos and stuff like that. And so like that's where, again, whether it be Jamie's video earlier a couple weeks ago, like one of my friends made a video about like misconceptions related to mental health, and I'm like, yo, this is a really good video, like, and your YouTube channel isn't super huge yet, but I want to be able to like help with that, right? Like, so then it was just like repackaging, boom, 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 boom. And then like over 1,000 views, like on Facebook and stuff like that. And, you know, and like, obviously like it helps her. And so like, that's kind of a really, really, again, just explaining kind of like the formula that we're running with through running this Facebook page, which again, I feel is really exciting down the road, and just keeping in mind of thinking about what we're doing as like a broadcast station. So like, let's focus on creating cool content. So again, for people thinking about this in the same way Jamie's video might have inspired you, think about how you might be able to provide content for a video. And it could even be like something where you might not have the technical skills to do the editing, but if you can even like write something, and if you can even record your audio, you can share that file with us and then we'll compile it on our end. So like, that's more of what we're getting into. And again, that's what more of the Slack chat is like becoming that media cooperative team. And again, like just to give some introduction, like some background, like that's what I went for school for. Like I went to school for media production, television broadcast. So like I've done a bunch of projects with people, like I've worked as like the director for projects, and that's what it was about. It was about like bringing people together, and that's why like I wanted to be able to do that through this digital community as well, and inviting people to create. And again, like it's really, really powerful, because I feel the process of creating is a very powerful thing within someone's personal spiritual path. You know, like if someone's like lacking the platform to share something, they may never create something in the first place. So let's create that platform and then invite them to create something, which again transforms them in themselves. Ryan, I'm not sure if you want to jump in on something, but I'll just pass it over to you if you did. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I had a thought, so maybe you felt it. That's great. Because what I recently did was, have you ever heard of the Sunscreen song by Baz? Is it Lermith or something?
I've not, no.
Okay. Well, I tagged you on Facebook with one of those videos, and it's really cool. It's like a way to kind of check your alignment, but it's a speech from like 1987 that somebody did, and it's absolutely beautiful. So I took it, I redid it in my own style and put a little background, even the same background music that someone else has used, and it's absolutely beautiful, and it really catches your mind. I didn't get too crazy with it because I was experimenting with keywording YouTube videos and trying to do some things. So it was kind of an experiment, but it was very impactful. So, you know, that's the only thought I had come to my head when you were saying that. And I'd be interested in what you think about seeing some of those videos. So I did tag you in a couple of them and would love to just hear your personal opinion, good or bad. You know, I'm open for constructive criticism all day long. So.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Cool. And yeah, I mean, if that's even stuff that like, you know, like you want to like repackage and we could like help share it or something like that. Cause I mean, old content is new content if people haven't seen it yet. So
I would love to see what you think about it and then talk from there. And I'm open to everything, man. I want to share the word. So that's my major goal. And if if you like the video and you're interested in, then sure, we could totally talk about anything like that. No doubt.
Awesome. For sure, man. Great. That's awesome. Sweet, guys. Okay, guys, we could talk more about the social media stuff another time, but we're going to get close to wrapping up this broadcast. Part of the reason is because I know the YouTube's actually glitching out and it's like freezing. So I don't want to like get too much into like extra conversation that may or may not be getting recorded properly, unfortunately. Yeah, so like there's just kind of like it seems to be like repeatedly freezing a little bit. So we're going to bring this broadcast close to an end. But I did just want to give a chance because I know Stephanie and Ashley are here. If either of you guys even just want to say hello, please feel free to let me know. And I know you guys have been tuned in and listening, and I appreciate you guys being here. But if you do want to say anything, please feel free. Stephanie, you have your microphone unmuted, so we'll pass it over to you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's definitely getting late, but I just wanted to thank everyone for sharing. I know I'm fairly new. I too am an empath. For all the other empaths, it's nice to connect with other people like myself, because I'm kind of still getting used to being in social, social situations. I'm more like a sociophobe right now. It's difficult being, just being out in public, period. So, kind of lost for words right now. I just want to say that I am a student. I'm a metaphysical student. I am working on my PhD at the University of Stona. What I did find with metaphysics is it definitely gives a definition to a lot of things that I experience on an innate level, which I've experienced since I was a little kid. So doing metaphysics and understanding the principles and the tools does definitely help with navigating a lot of things. My concentration is relationship dynamics, and what I'd like to do is incorporate all these areas, as far as astrology, numerology, and many other, all the spiritual aspects of relationship dynamics, and comparing, maybe not comparing, but more like research wise, is looking at the psychology and the scientific aspect, and comparing it to the quantum relational dynamics, and really digging deep into how we relate, how people who are not awake relate, the spiritual aspect of the people who are not awake. How you can give them insight to help them heal, to get them to see things, to bring them to the state of awakeness. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that
So,
does. Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm doing as far as where my future goals are. And I like to share a lot of, because that's basically what my book, I'm working on a book. That's part of my thesis on the whole phenomenon of awakening. I say phenomenon because there's so many things that happen when you awaken, like we talk about the Kundalini, that experience, and what it does, and when your frequency increases, and how you are when your frequency is that high, and how much alive you are, and how much you're connected to your own gifts. And
That's good, Stephanie.
yeah, I have so many things that are like coming in right now, and I'm losing track of myself. So I guess I don't want to get off too much, but I just kind of wanted to give an idea of kind of where I'm coming from on that aspect, to keep it kind of light, because I feel like I can connect with a lot of other shifters and their situations, but I just wanted to just stay more positive and not let the negs creep in. So that's kind of what I'm gonna put out there right now. I guess also, as far as quest journals, I know what I was thinking. I want to put some of these things that I'm writing in my book and what my research has been, and I'd like to put them in my quest journals, and the biggest thing now is I don't have like a computer or laptop. Everything's mobile, and everything that I've tried to download have been lost, and it just keeps on, I keep losing everything that I, am and trying to post. So in the near future, I'm working on it. And as soon as I am up and running there, as far as a laptop, I will, you'll be able to see more of what I'm working on.
That's awesome. Yeah, definitely. With the, when it comes to the quest journals, just feel free to send me a message anytime, and I can help you with like any of the technical aspects of it. But I think I'm glad to hear that you're planning on sharing that, because I look forward to reading it. So.
Okay, thank you.
That's awesome. Cool. Stephanie, did you want to just, since we've kind of been doing it, did you want to just take a moment here to maybe set some intentions for yourself for either the coming week or the near future, if you'd like to do that?
think the only intentions is just trying to get something posted. I mean, I really would like to do videos. I'm just not extremely comfortable in front of the camera, so it's just me getting comfortable with it. I know that, like, we in the last couple hangouts, you kind of mentioned ways to do that, just practicing in front of the camera and just getting comfortable and having a relationship, kind of developing a relationship with the camera. So I think I'd like to do that, and I'd like to just maybe start facing my sociophobic fear of, and kind of conquering that. So I'd like to start working on that. That's kind of my intention of this inner work, and trying to post something on my quest journal.
Yeah. Again, like I'm glad to hear that's something that you're working towards. And just as an idea, because I mean, like doing the video is one thing, but it's totally an option to just do voice as well, and not just in the sense of like making voice for video. Something that I'm going to be introducing for you guys soonish in near future is kind of like a little hack that we'll be able to use, where we'll be able to like upload just our audio to a quest journal. So for example, instead of like feeling like you have to film a video, you could literally like get an audio recording of you talking about an experience, and maybe it's like 10 minutes worth of audio, and then we embed that into the quest journal. And then when people go to the quest journal, like that audio is like there, and then they listen to that. So I just wanted to put that option out there just for yourself and for anyone, because yeah, like that's something that I'll put up a post about it next week. I'll show you guys what I mean. But yeah, it'll just kind of be like, oh, okay, guys, like here's a quest journal, and it's just going to be easier for me to talk to you about this rather than having to write it all out or film a video sort of thing. So that just for yourself, Stephanie, yeah, that could be something as well. And that could be something where you could even like, there's probably certain apps where you could like record your voice in a way that we can transfer it and download the files and stuff. But yeah, just to plant that seed for you if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds great.
Cool. Awesome. Sweet. Cool. Okay. Well, we'll yeah, Stephanie, I'm glad you made it, and I'm glad you're here again this week as well. And is there anything else that you want to share at the moment, or any message for the other shifters out there?
Just keep doing what you're doing. I know the process is rough. Sometimes it just takes you over and you just want to give up, because home sounds like a great idea, but we just got to remember we're here for a purpose. And, we just need to keep plugging at it, because we'll get there. And the faith in the universe helping us when we need it, you just gotta, believe in that, because you never know when you're struck with tragedy. The blessing is just right over, right around the corner, and we just got to believe that it's there to help us, stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
So just, overcoming the nags.
For sure. That's awesome, Stephanie. Cool. Okay, well, Stephanie, thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, guys. Let's get pretty close to wrapping this up. Ashley, did you want to say hi?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ashley. You can say hi.
Aloha, brothers and sisters, gods and goddesses. You are all beautiful, and I want to say I love you all so very, very much.
That's awesome. And is your daughter in bed at this point?
Yes, she is passed out on my bed, I'm sure.
We love you too, girl.
She's awesome. Cool. And you guys, if you can just give like a little recap, but you guys heard us give you that shout out earlier, eh?
Yes, I did.
Awesome, awesome, cool. What does it mean to you to see your daughter like going to school and doing free hugs on her own accord? Because like was that literally like just something that she just did on her own? You didn't really need to tell her to do that or anything?
Yeah, I asked her, I said, hey, I have these. Do you want to take one to school? And she said, yeah, I'll do that. She's awesome. She makes me proud.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, it sounds like you guys are a good match and a good pair for each other. And when it comes to kids, it's always like that thing, right? It's like rather than just thinking like, oh, I'm an adult and they're a child, it's just like, no, like we are two souls who have like chosen to go through this journey together, and I just happen to be her mother and she just happens to be my child, but like both of us are equal in that sense.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Awesome. Well, actually, I know we're getting near to the end of the show, but is there any intentions that you want to set for yourself?
Just to keep doing what I've been doing and open my heart and break free from my comfort zone and love myself more, because that's where I need to start.
That's awesome. That's perfect. Peace inside starts from peace worldwide starts from inside. So
yes,
as the saying goes. Cool. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. Well, again, thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks you. Manny is still here. Manny, if you're still here, please feel free to say hello. I hadn't heard from you till you jump back in, but if you're not, that's not a problem. And again, thank you to Buffy, thank you to Kyle, and thank you to Ryan, the remaining shifters in the chat, and thank you to everyone who's been involved with this. Let me just take a second here, guys, because I do want to be able to wrap up this broadcast, and I just want to give some additional reminders on a couple things. Kyle, you got your mic open. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I gotta jump out of here, man.
Okay, man.
It's getting late.
It's getting
I don't know
late.
if you were gonna like wrap up with the meditation or something, but I gotta jump out of here.
No worries, man. No worries. Yeah.
Seems like it's gonna be trekking for a little bit. So
we're just about done. We're gonna close with like just a breath meditation, which we can do. If you want to stick around for 1 minute, we can literally do that right now. I just gotta mention like 2 things if that works for you, but whatever works for you, man.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Okay, cool. Okay, so in terms of community stuff that I just got to mention for people, the next broadcast that we will have will be on October 27th, which will be the Paradigm Shift Destiny School with the topic on UFOs, aliens, and entities. So again, similar to these broadcasts, the intention with those ones is, again, to practice being able to talk about the metaphysical, spiritual topics, etc., but focus on a particular topic. So we encourage people to sort of prepare notes ahead of time. In this case, find links for trippy UFO videos, find links to like documents about alien interviews or something like that, find videos of like quasi-dimensional entities. Let's start gathering that data now. And in 1 week from now, we will come back and we will create that group presentation as a class. And that's what Paradigm Shift Destiny School is about. And again, that'll be coming up next week. Other things happening in the near future. And then the Tuesday after that will be Dream Class. And then after that will be the admin meeting on Thursday. Other things coming up in the future is the Doctor Strange movie is coming out on November 4th. And I'm just going to keep mentioning that because like that is like such an important thing within our shifting consciousness, and I feel like it's such a big thing for us to like get ready for, because us shifters, like, we are going to be able to be the bridge for people who like watch the Doctor Strange movie and then are going to start being interested in multidimensional reality and the astral realms and the mystic arts and things like that. So let's keep getting ready for that, guys, because that's like less than or just 2 weeks away at this point. Yeah, and I'm going to be making a video about that next week, actually. And then other than that, guys, I just want to be able to remind you guys so much. Thank you guys so much, and remind you guys you can check out more at the main website, paradigmshiftcentral.com. Sign up to create your shifter profile for free. And of course, to be able to help support this project and the ongoing evolution of it, we have our team Patreon, and supporters through the Patreon get their shifter booster kit, which comes with the shift buttons, which you can see sitting here, which include the Triforce and awesome sacred geometry, and each one has the website for the main Paradigm Shift Central button. And as part it's main Paradigm Shift Central website, and as part of the game, we want to be able to get these to as many shifters as possible to be able to use to plant seeds as holographic tools to be able to help connect people back into this project as well, and invite them to be a part of the global team. And you can sign up for as little as $3 to $5 a month is the asking donation. And we're working towards our team milestone, our next team milestone of 900 by the end of October. And the link for that is patreon.com/Brendan Culleton. The other thing, and also with that comes like the Love One massage tools and the crystal wraps. The other thing I just want to show you guys, some of you guys have seen these. These are like the magic crystal light pendants that I made that have like the LED lights on the inside. I'm making more of these. These are exclusive items that people can like order individually. And again, those are to be able to help support the team. If that's something that you're interested in, you can just send me a message through Facebook at Skull Babylon, or send me a message even through the live chat on the main website. So if you like want to get like one of these awesome bad boys, which looks super awesome in the dark, and they're awesome to have as like parties, and like people ask questions about them, and they're just like fun to wear during the day. And they're also like used for like this one, it's got like a little like sphere ball. I like use it for like deep tissue massage on my hands as well. And they're just like really cool to be able to like bring back the Atlantean technology into modern day age. That's pretty much what we're doing. So again, you can check those out. And yeah, much love to you guys. And of course, subscribe to Skull Babylon on YouTube, and also subscribe to Paradigm Shift Radio on iTunes to be able to get the automated versions of the broadcast in audio format. If you haven't, go back and check out the full moon global meditation that we did on the full moon just recently, the one on the witching ceremony. That was a really, really great first person story meditation. And yeah, okay, there's some other stuff I wanted to mention related to a super epic crystal that I have in limited supply, but I'll talk about that another time. I'll tell you guys because it's like a super awesome. Eddie told me about it, but we have some, and I'm going to be making some like crystal like jewelry with these crystals, and they're like super rare, and they're like super ancient. They're the oldest crystals that we know of. Literally the oldest crystals that we know of. Like they're the oldest dated crystals. I'll just tell you right now. This is known as Orlite 23. So for those of you curious, you've probably heard, and Kyle might have heard Eddie talk about it. Orlite 23 is a crystal that's like native to Ontario, which is where I'm from. And yeah, I've gotten a few of these pieces in limited supply. And this is Orlite 23. It has 23 different minerals in it, which is part of the reason why like we know it's so old. So it has like, it looks like amethyst because it does have amethyst, but it also has all 23 different minerals in it, including iron and a few like many, I just don't know the list of them. But again, it's like a super ancient crystal, and a lot of people who don't know about it. Those who do will associate it as being like one of like the most powerful crystals, quote unquote, metaphysically powerful. So it's something that I want to be able to provide for the team. Stay tuned for that because I'm going to be making exclusive items for that. But if you want to get a reserve on one of those, you can go ahead and send me a message about that ahead of time. And again, that will help raise funds for the entire team project as well. Other things that I just want to mention is, yeah, support things through the Paradigm Shift Central on Facebook and help share the videos with all the people there as well. And to be sure to leave your comments on this video and share it with your friends, and to continue to help shift the consciousness and shift paradigms where you are. So thank you guys so much. Let's do a quick closing breath meditation just to bring us into the intention of what it is that we're doing here. And then we will be wrapping this up, going to sleep, and doing this all again next week. So every day is a new opportunity to help change the world. Remember that. So just inviting you guys, people listening, all of us in the team chat, all of us in the future, all of us in the past, to just get yourself into a position where you can close your eyes. And even just in this one moment, just bring your breath into your awareness. Gentle inhales and gentle exhales. And again, gentle inhales. Gentle exhales. Continue to find the rhythm of your own breath. Continue to move into that place of calmness and of peace. And reflecting again on the bigger story as to why we are here, as to why you are here. To not only connect with the breath, but to be the breath. To be able to expand yourself out. To be able to help be the beacon of light. For others, to be a mirror for them to see the light that they are and always have been. So again, just breathing. And with each breath, bring in compassion. And exhale, courage. So again, breathing compassion. Exhale, courage. Just giving us permission to be in this space, to be in a space of self-love, to be in a space in which we can feel and connect to the future, to the potentials that we already are, catching up with our future self, existing and knowing that we are bigger than when we have been led to believe. So just continue to breathe here. And with each breath, I invite you to see that through every step, it's always going to be another path along this journey, another star in the sky, another chance to learn, another opportunity to ask why, another road that we travel, another mission that we live, another hug that we share, an opportunity to be this bliss. And so shine your light from within, be the sun that's up above, illuminate the darkness with the infinite of your love. I am because we are, and as the wolves, we are one tribe and one family, and our story has only just begun. Aho, I see you, I am you. I love you. Take a couple more breaths here. One more breath. Good. When you're ready, you can gently just bring your awareness back. Slowly wiggle your fingers, your toes. Wiggle your nose. Open your eyes. Return your awareness back to the space around you. Awesome, guys. All right, guys. With that said, we are ready to finish this broadcast. Thank you again to everyone tuned in. Thank you again to the people on the YouTube as well. Giving a special shout out to you guys, to Critical Analysis, Look a Pig, to Benjamin, and to Narwa, and to Maxi, who was here earlier, and Cosmic Dragon, and Ryan, and Game Guru, and so many others. So much love to you guys. So again, guys, thank you so much. And from this week to the next, your goal is to keep it shifty, to start working on any ideas for future media. Maybe that's writing a poem. Maybe that's going out and filming some B-roll footage, getting some footage in nature. Maybe it's working on a quest journal, or even creating some new memes for spreading the consciousness. So there's a million and one ways to help change this world. So let's never be bored, because there's always something exciting to do. So guys, with that said, let's wrap this up. And I just want to invite everyone here to unmute yourself all at once. And let's say farewell to the internet until next time. ParadigmShiftCentral.com, Skull Babylon on YouTube, Skull Babylon on Facebook, Patreon.com/Brendan Culleton. Sign up when you can. Much love, guys. I see you. I am you. Keep it shifty. Let's do this. Shifters of the world. Let's make some noise. We love you. Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Yeah,
whoop,
buddy.
whoop.
You guys are awesome.
Awesome, guys. All right, guys. Thanks again. Tune in next time. Share the show with your friends. Keep it shifty, and we will see you in the future. Skull Babylon out.
Namaste.